Kraken.
How's it going, everybody? FCB here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. And I hope you're all in amazing spirits. Welcome to the KRAK3N 6, Part 3, Vindication. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Vindication, all right? Vindication for Harvey F. Bernard. The day is finally here, and I warned them all. I told them, but they didn't listen. Especially Mr. What's his name? Yeah, you know, that idiot, James Rink. That one right there. Oh, he calls himself Super Soldier. No, you're a super nothing, James. And especially when you go there and you put on your thing, you know, you won't even let me put a little comment to let you give you another warning for the KRAK3N 6 Part 3. You actually blocked me out there. Oh, poor James. No, it'll be poor. No, don't call me a poor thing. You'll be poor after this one. And so will all of you that have grifted and benefited off the hard work of Harvey F. Bernard. No, there's a price to pay for this, and you'll be paying for it in spades. Now, I promised you all a surprise, didn't I? Oh, yes, no. This surprise, ladies and gentlemen, is, how can I say, the biggest surprise that they will ever get. Because they never thought the day would come that they would be held accountable for their crimes. and it's time for them to pay the price. Okay? Now, I would like to present to you all, ladies and gentlemen, for the very first time here on the Freedom Channel broadcast, Harvey F. Bernard's daughter. Ladies and gentlemen, give her a big, warm welcome. A big one. Eunice Bernard Gerbert. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap our hands, everybody. How are you, darling? They never thought this would
how are
become
you?
here. Oh, look, I'm like a kid in a candy cracking store. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, no, it's my pleasure. You know, as I said, I'm sure we're all excited. And everyone in the chat saying welcome.
Welcome. Hi, everybody.
Hey, yes.
Hi.
Oh, you know, Eunice, we've been very, you know, as we said, you know, we're about the truth.
Right.
The truth is very important to us. As you know, I'm based on facts and some receipts, and you've seen the Kraken, right? You've seen
Yes.
the you know, obviously we're here to vindicate your father's name because, frankly, these entities out there have been doing this for way too long, and as you know, and you've seen the Kraken, they've turned it into a multi-million-dollar, if billion-dollar industry, and it all comes from that dove of dumbness. You know what I mean? All from there.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
So, you know, you first introduce yourself to our lovely audience.
Okay.
And we're going to be going on a different route today because I know you're on a Michelle Moore show. Yes, no. Michelle was nervous, and she's got every right to be, unfortunately. But we're not going to go there. We're going to go, and we want to focus on Harvey.
Okay.
Take it away, love.
Well, I'm Eunice Bernard Gerbert, and yeah, I am the daughter of Harvey F. Bernard, his only child, and but I've got a long story, and I'm sure we'll unravel it as we go. I'm extremely grateful to be here. This has been a struggle for me for the last, I guess, 4 years since I, you know, had picked up this baton again, and you know, you're the first one who's really helped me, and so I'm extremely grateful.
I'm absolutely honored, love. And you know what? It's about time. Harvey's name has been put through the mud, literally. And you know that. You've been seeing, you know, and I read the, you know, in the book, hey, there's a part towards the end, it's called the After Nesara story. And I think it's very important that we do read that part for everybody to get. It's an amazing book, ladies and gentlemen. Please go and buy it and support Harvey F. Bernard's mission. Okay? Do you want to speak about his mission?
Oh, yes. Okay. So Harvey, we can tell a little bit about him. He was a systems analyst, a systems theorist. He studied that. He worked on systems and plants from everything from sugarcane plants to nuclear plants to water purification. So what a systems theorist does is they analyze systems, they figure out where the weak parts are or where the broken parts are, and they fix them. Either they design something for them or they fix them. His mission for the bill started when he was in college. One of his professors just made a comment, and he said, the same critical thinking that we use to fix systems can be used to fix any problem. Now, my father was a constitutionalist. He loved history. He was just incredibly intelligent and had foresight well beyond his time. But it got him to thinking, and he started working. He worked throughout, you know, all the years I was, you know, growing up and into the 80s. In the 90s, he finished the bill. He and a friend of his went up to Washington and started knocking on doors. They went around and, you know, they got the usual, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. I think there was a couple of senators that showed some interest. Basically, what they were after was the vote for people who wanted tax reformation. There were some promises made that weren't kept. But, you know, nothing was ever done. He later released his first edition, Draining the Swamp, in 1996. He had a little website, Nesara.org. He let's see, after that, he released the bill into the public domain as well.
Mhm.
And he continued campaigning from then until he died. You know, my father suffered from poor health, and eventually in 2005 he passed away, but not before compiling his life's work in Draining the Swamp: The Nesara Story, where he does include that chapter that you were referring to afterward, the Nesara Story, where he talks about the conspiracy theories and that type of thing.
Yes.
He was a wonderful man, and like I said, I don't think he would ever have imagined that we'd have allowed it to get this far, our financial system to be this bad off. But he had everything lined out in his bill. It's an actual plan. There is step by step on how you accomplish this and how we can get it done.
So you sent a copy to President Trump, haven't you?
I did. I've sent a copy
Awesome.
to a lot of people. I got a list of people I've sent them copies to. I did send one to President Trump. I got a nice thank you letter, which was very gracious of him to do. And
Mhm.
I've sent them to J.D. Vance,
Mhm.
Elon Musk. Well, hang on, let me see if I got my list here, because it's a pretty long list of people I've sent it to.
Well, the main one is President Trump,
President
because
Trump, and you know, I get the
mhm.
question. People ask me, "Do you think he's read it?" And I said, "Of course he has."
Oh,
I can't
look
imagine that he hasn't. So,
at the title.
yeah,
What does it say? Draining the Swamp, right?
right.
That's what he's been saying for a very long time. But your father's been saying it for a long time as well. So, I mean, obviously he said it before President Trump did. Now, you know, there's no coincidences. I truly don't believe in coincidences. And, you know, the thing is, why is this continued on? I mean, you know, shall we say, we'll call it the pseudo Nesara. And there's a reason why we call it that, because of what it says in the book.
Mm-hmm.
People got to differentiate which is what is real, what is fact, and what is fiction. And that's very important.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that the Nesara that later on became Gesara as well, because, you know, it's a global grift, by the way. So, you know, it's like the McDonald's thing, right? McDonald's started nationally, United States. Then they branched off into a global, you know, market. It's the same thing with Nesara Gesara. Dove of dumbness. Oh, sorry, I have to be. I can't, you know, not use that word, dove of dumbness. So you have to excuse me. You know who we're talking about anyway.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah. So she took it, co-opted it, and changed into the abomination, and then they added all these fictitious things as they went along. We'll go through the timeline. I've got the timeline and everything else. Then it became global. Was it global after Harvey's, when he,
Yes.
you know, Harvey's death?
Yes.
Is that when it became global? I think it did, didn't it?
Yes. It was. I have a timeline too. Let's see what. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me see if I got it here, love. I think I've got it.
Went global in the 2010s.
Here we go. Have a look at the screen.
Global Nesara emerges at that time. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So we'll go through this. So basically, people get what's going on. Do you want to go through this?
Sure. You want me to go through it? Okay.
Yeah, you go for it, love.
Okay. Okay. We talked about the 1980s, 1990s when he wrote the bill, and 96, of course, when he put out the first edition and actually released the bill into the public domain. Then she comes along and begins to spread her conspiracy. I've always have to wonder why. You know, was she just someone who saw an opportunity to enrich herself, or
Correct.
if you think about who we're up against, if I can put it that way,
Yes.
they could not unring that bell. It was already out in the public domain, right?
Mhm.
So what better way than to discredit, you know?
Exactly.
And to make it into something that is considered a pariah or fringe or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, then Harvey passed away in 2005 after releasing this current edition, and then it just snowballed from there. You get your conspiracy theories with what they call debt forgiveness and prosperity packages, which, I can go through all that. When we want to go through the bill, that is not what the bill is. Okay. It is not a debt-free card. He has rules and regulations all has to do with compound interest and secured and unsecured loans. Gesara came on board, and I think they just co-opt that. It was kind of a feel-good addition. They added all kinds of things that have absolutely nothing to do with monetary policy. Okay. If you've looked at their wish list, and which is the only thing I have,
I've got it right here, love. You don't have to do it.
Anything I've ever been able to find, I have looked and looked and looked for the National Economic Security and Reformation Act. It does not exist. Okay. It's not there, but they have this long wish list. And what they've done here is they've taken some of the realistic things from Harvey's work, but added things like cease all aggressive U.S. government military action worldwide. That has nothing to do with monetary policy. Leads to peace throughout the world. That's a great idea, and everybody hopes for that. But again, it's not part of the monetary policy. Enables the release of over 6,000 patents of suppressed technologies and enormous sums of money for humanitarian purposes. My father was an inventor. I can guarantee you that was not in his bill. And of course, we go back to the forgive all credit card, mortgage, student loan, and other bank debt due to illegal banking and government activities. What Harvey's proposal does is restructure the banking industry. If we take a time, I'll just make a little quick dip into that. With the banking industry, we now have compound interest. Okay. So if you have a secured loan, we'll use a house as an example. It's always the easiest one to use. You buy a house at the end of your 30-year mortgage, you're paying for 2.5 houses. Okay. Banks would only be able to charge a monetization fee. Okay. So they're going to tack that onto your principal, which is about 1.5 houses, not 2.5 houses. Right. You pay your principal back first, which is actually good for the bank because they get to put that back in their reserves and then loan more money out against that. And you pay your fee at the end. So where the debt forgiveness, Harvey ran the numbers and he said about $1 trillion in debt relief. And that's mostly public debt. So it would work like this. Let's say you're someone who has been paying 20 years on your mortgage. Chances are you've pretty much paid the bank what your principal would be. You may have some monetization fee left over. So when it's restructured, that's what you would be left owing. If you're someone who has met both of those requirements, then you're done. You're finished paying. With credit cards and student loans, stuff like that, you still have to pay it. You're just not going to be paying compound interest. Throughout and as it has it laid out, I guess what I'm trying to say, you're going to be responsible for your debt, right? But the banks will be more of a public utility, not a big money-making conglomerate.
Which it is today.
Absolutely.
We get that the Federal Reserve is unlawful. It is. The IRS, unlawful. Now, what they do is, and you've seen how I brought it out in the KRAK3N, how the con artists work, the psychology. So what they do is they mix fact and fiction to give grounding to their story. So you would have seen things like mentioning about, let's take, for instance, James Rink, since, we're going to be speaking about him a little bit more. He has been putting through that movie about the Fed Reserve, IRS. So it gives him grounding, you know what I mean? And he continues on. Yes, we know taxes are unlawful. We know that it's a Puerto Rican, trust. We get it. But then he starts putting all the other little, shall we say, fantasies of his that comes out of his head. But most of it comes from the dove of dumbness as well, and you could see it throughout the movie. Like you could see, and don't you worry, I did a little special for James, a little movie that I'm putting side by sides to give comparisons because people need to see what James has been saying together with the dove of oneness as well. And it's like side by side. So everybody gets the picture, right? Now, the dove of oneness also said about rainbow currencies, right? Because everyone says, rainbow currencies tied to all these different metals and all that. And people want to know where it came from. Well, it came from her. She actually is on record. I got the video on record saying that President Ronald Reagan was the one to bring out rainbow currencies, right? And that, as always, there's always some elaborate story that why it didn't get released, right? And that carries on till today. Then in 2018, the artists in Belarus, they created this American money sort of reimagined. In other words, artwork. Right. The Nesara Gesara, let's call it pseudo Nesara Gesara, okay? They took it upon themselves to add all this thing like, rainbow currencies are coming out and all these pretty notes that this artist created. And what they do is they just continue on adding to this whole Nesara Gesara business. And now it's like a spider web everywhere. The problem is that you got those that are right up at the top tier that know what they're doing. And I've got record of Charlie Ward doing it. You know who Charlie Ward is, Charlie Ward. In 2020, he did a podcast and he was bringing all that out on Nesara Gesara, the hopium. Look, we all want to feel warm and fuzzy inside, but we want it to be true. That's the reality, right? Yes, there's an upside. I've got the upside. What they're doing is they want to play on people's emotions because, look, let's go back to the time of the double oneness. Now, I've got her contradicting herself. All right, we'll go through that. But she was back in the day with 9/11. People were highly emotionally compromised. Continue on in 2020, and we had COVID. Now, a good con artist never lets a good, like a crisis, nothing good about a crisis, go to waste. And they manipulate people, and they know that these people are going to be emotionally compromised, and they're basically ready for the taking. And that's exactly what they did. They took Nesara, right? Mm-hmm. Well, your father created it, the real one. Then the pseudo Nesara was created by the Dove of Oneness. Then what happened was she took it to the next level and added all those things because she knows, a good con artist knows, how to play on the emotions of people. Now, they do this humanitarian, they add all these little things in there, the fuzziness, the free energy, the 120 days. I don't know where she plucked it from, to be quite honest. But she's got a wild imagination, right? Mm-hmm. Just like James Rink. Now, they use all this because people want world peace, right? We all want it.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
People want to live in a world where we don't have the Reserve Bank breathing down our necks. We don't have mortgages. We don't have credit cards. We don't have debt. We don't have all those things that but we want it to be factual. Now, when we talk about fact, we could say, well, in Congress.gov, and it's fact, there's a bill to remove the Federal Reserve. Fact. Mm-hmm. In Congress.gov, there's a bill to go back to the gold standard. Fact. In Congress.gov, there's also a bill to get rid of the IRS. Mm-hmm. Fact. That's fact. Which means you get rid of those entities, yes, other things will follow, right? That only makes logical sense. Right. But what did she do? She did all these things to basically, what happens is to gain the trust of the people. When you gain the trust of people, their guard goes down. When their guard goes down, a con artist can do whatever they want. Mm-hmm. They'll give them, because think about this, people want to hear nothing but good, and amazing things and fantasies, basically, right?
Right.
So they'll pay. And the thing is, they'll pay them to listen to it.
That's what amazes me.
When
a lot of some of these things I knew about, okay, some of them I didn't. And then when you hear my story, you'll understand why I was gone for a while. But if people would have read the real one, the real bill, which has, like I said, step-by-step formulas, everything calculated in it, how this can actually realistically be achieved. If that amount of energy and time and money had been put behind it, had been done already. It'd been done, right? Because they have, from what I've said, they have nothing. There's no there. There's nothing, there's no bill. Right? I have nothing to compare to. I have nothing to analyze, nothing to look at, except a wish list.
So you know what they got? Thin air. Basically, it's all, I've gone right down to the root, and it all comes from her. Right? Right down to the root.
Right. That's what
now, what they've done as well is to confuse people. They've done it, right? And I've seen how they've done it. Fact fiction. But then they add that Nesara Gesara came out in 1992. Seriously, what, did she go back in the time machine and do that sort of business? No. It's all fictitious rubbish to discredit Harvey's work. They will do anything they can possibly do to discredit Harvey F. Bernard's work. And what they do is they bombard it out there. So it's like the echo chamber, right? Like the mainstream media. You know how we got that principle where you got the echo chamber effect, you got the top six that control the world's, the media. It's exactly what's going on here. Now, what they've done is they're bombarded in every which way possible, and it is a multi-million, if billion-dollar industry. They do their conventions. They basically sell their subscriptions. They sell their wares. They even sell merchandise with the word Nesara on it, right? And Nesara Gesara. Because obviously it's a global grift now. It's not just national. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now, they have reaped and raped money like you wouldn't believe. Now, also, who is responsible? I'll tell you who's responsible. Rumble. Rumble, I hope you're hearing me right now, because we're well within our rights to say what we're going to say now. Rumble and YouTube, you did not do your due diligence and find out that you have been monetizing scammers. And that is unlawful. It is unlawful, and you could be sued for it. You've been enabling these kind of characters. Let me show you, ladies and gentlemen, that it is real, what I'm saying to you. And there's going to be severe consequences, because we are going to take this to another level. And I think it's about time, because we need to clear up Harvey's name. Yes, you can sue a video platform such as YouTube and Rumble for monetizing fraudsters, because that's what they are. They're a bunch of fraudsters. You've got Charlie Ward, you've got Phil Godlowski, you've got all the others that, you've heard that term circle jerking, what that means. So basically they all get together and they enable each other. They're like a huge network. Even News Trees and Dave, he's involved. He should know better not to have Dr. Scott Young. Dr. Scott Young has been going out there and calling himself the Nesara Gesara specialist, right? And selling his books and his wares. And News Trees and Dave has been enabling him. So did Michelle Moore. I'm sorry, but I'm going to say it. I'm about the truth, love. And I've been doing some research, don't you worry. Because Michelle was nervous the other day, and I knew why. Because she's been involved in this, right? And she's trying to, I saw some of the comments, and I'm thinking, yes, you called her out. There were people that were all calling her out. But that's okay. Let's stick to this. So basically, these fraudsters are these whole network, and it's not just in the United States, it's worldwide. Now, the platform, Rumble, which we will be forwarding a letter, and also to YouTube, that they have been enabling and monetizing a bunch of fraudsters. And these fraudsters have been getting millions of dollars. Now, Phil Godlowski is on record for $5 million a month on Rumble. That's on court documents. Now, it's ridiculous. It's insane. Now, right up the very top of the tier, we've got Nesara Gesara, then we've got the QFS, then we've got the RV under that, and it's all connected. You would have seen the KRAK3N, how I showed you that map. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Of theirs. Yeah. It's all connected. Then they claim about, digital, money being backed, digital, like XRP, XLM, being backed by metal, which is not the case. It's all fictitious bullshit. QFS, garbage. Now, they're fraud. They're committing fraud, ladies and gentlemen. That is fraud. and fraud is punishable. Let me show you what fraud is. It's wrongful or criminal deception intended to result in financial or personal gain. There's a price to pay for that. And then also for Mr. James Rink, starting off with him. He's going to be, he better cease and desist and remove all his videos, the books, his material, anything that it is basically said about Harvey F. Bernard being a CIA agent. That is libel. That is fact. Now, I'm going to put out there, ladies and gentlemen, that we are going to look at this and we are going to get legal consultation. This is not going to end here. This is the end. They didn't know what's coming their way. They thought that this was just going to continue on. No, they've been warned. They have 24 hours to cease and desist and remove any groups out there that are promoting the word Nesara, which is under a copyright law. Go and read the book. All rights reserved. You are being told to remove anyone that uses that word is committing fraud right now. You've been warned, and I mean everybody. Now, in the US, libel is a tort of defamation by written or broadcast statement. Now, James Rink has gone out there on record, you've seen, we'll play it, and called your father a CIA agent, discrediting Harvey's work at every part in his, in their movie. He's called him that, and I'm sure it would have been in the books as well. That change of on the horizon, whatever he calls it, stupid book and that film. And then you got Nick Alvier that bounces off his work. No, enough's enough. You've been warned, and we're going to seek legal consultation. Because you know what, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time that a class action take place and Harvey F. Bernard's name being vindicated. Now, we're going to put it out there. We would like to appeal to all lawyers that are listening to us right now to join us in this action case against all these entities that have been using fraud, libel as well, against Harvey F. Bernard. We ask you to join us and join us pro bono. Anyone that knows lawyers, that want to join this, and let's make an example of them all. You've been warned, James Rink. You've been warned. You've been told not to commit libel. You just cannot go on public record, and especially broadcast. He's put it in his movies. No. There's going to be a price to pay. You cannot. That's the law right there. You're defaming a man's work that he created, and you didn't bother. Not you and Nick Alvier and the rest of you did not bother to do your due diligence, your real research, and to find out who really created Nesara. You had a duty of care to your followers. You had a duty of care to your viewers. You had a duty of care to the people to do the right thing. All of you did. All of you. And you all made millions of dollars. You all made money off that book. Dr. Scott Young, your book on Nesara, Mark of the Beast, you went on your podcast. You've enriched yourself through monetization. Even you have committed fraud doing what you're doing. And even those that enable these characters that should have, like you think about it, a good journalist is somebody that does research, right? They all claim to be interviewers, but they don't bother to do their background work. They don't realize that they have a responsibility. Their responsibility is such. You're going to circle jerk Mr. News, Trees and Dave, right? You're going to go and interview people. You better make sure that what they're producing is based on facts, evidence, and receipts, not garbage. And all the others that have gone out there and ridden, the Nesara Gesara gravy train, cease and desist right now. You've been warned. This is very serious stuff. Sorry, Denise. This had to be said.
Yes, I agree. It has to be said. It has been very difficult for us. You were just referring to them calling my father a CIA agent.
How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? And especially, I could just imagine your family, your mother, that has to be put through this torment day in and day out because your father had the best intentions. Shame on them all. Shame on them all, and shame on their followers for following these and enabling these characters and continue to enable these characters. Shame on them all. Because you know what? Javier F. Bernard had the best intentions of trying to help humanity in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And I can just imagine the amount of torment, ridicule, pain. Because I know you were telling me in the pre-show, Denise, that you were suffering from a depression because of all this.
Well, it's, if them calling him a CIA agent was thing they'd ever called him, I guess that would be fine, but it's not, it's not. And my father was a very good, kind, generous man. And he, in 96, when he released everything into the rain and she started up, then I would overhear my parents talking about it when we would go to visit, and it upset him. And he couldn't understand why. He didn't think like a lot of people do, and he couldn't understand why something at least would not be discussed in honesty. There was a plan that would work, and it made sense. My mom, of course, was upset at the time, but after he died, and I'll say this, he died here in a charity hospital, okay, from his heart problems. He could not work in his end days simply because of that health issue, and he didn't have the money to fight. He continued to reach out and try to do some newspaper articles. We still have those clippings and stuff, but he couldn't do as much as he wanted to, and he certainly couldn't fight that. And yes, after he passed away, I did have depression, and it took me several years to pull out of that. My mom, she kept the website going for a little while. I think what the most difficult part of this is that
love.
I'm sorry, I don't get emotional. I just don't. That's not my thing. But
I know.
My mom is 79. Okay. She has worked since my father died. That's 20 years. She works in a job where she stands up all day. She's had 2 knee replacements. Why does she do that? Because she has to. Okay. She a couple of years after he died, she came to me. She's like, I mail out a few books every now and then. He had the hard backs, and she said, but I can't afford to keep the website up. And I said, Mom, just let it go. Just let it go. It's she and I, and it's like, what are we gonna do? And as time passed, it wasn't until I guess just about 4 years ago, my husband discovered on eBay or wherever that people were selling his hard copies for $800. And I was shocked. And I said, wait a minute. That's crazy. That's not what my dad wanted. And he said, so man, they said, do you have any more of those books? And I said, well, yeah, we probably have some in the attic. My mom had some left. And it took a while. They had to kind of poke and prod at me, but I said, okay, I will sell them. I will sell them on eBay, but I'm not selling them for $800. I said, but they are the last of their kind. I'm not going to print another one in hardback. I gave my word on that. I said, I'll sell it for $300. And I was shocked that we sold them around the world. Okay. We sold them in Australia, the Orient, Canada, the United States, UK. And I thought, wow, people are really interested They know who he is. They know who he is, you know. I kept getting messages, email messages from people who had bought them, said, please, you've got to put this in a Kindle version. You've got to get it out there to the people. Now you've got to understand, at the time I'm working, I'm working for a substance abuse treatment facility. I'm an administrator, and I'm just really super busy. And I said, what do you want me to do? I'm going to typeset this book. I can't do that. Fate, divine intervention, destiny, whatever you want to call it. The Hurricane Ida hit Louisiana. 2 trees went through my mom's house.
Oh,
During the
God.
restoration process, she came across some trunks of his, some boxes. And she said, hey, you said you wanted this. Do you want it? I said, yeah, I brought it home, put it in the corner. And I guess a few weeks passed, and I knew my dad was meticulous. He kept his, his stuff. And he was a systems theorist, they're engineers. That's what they do. And I said, before I just pack all of this away and shove it away, let me open it up and see. And when I did, lo and behold, I don't know if you've seen this, this was in the trunk. Now this is, you have to be of a certain age to know what this is. Okay.
Hey,
But it's, there was the book, and it was typeset. And I said, wow, this is great. My husband's very computer apt. And so he got it up, and I said, great, this is wonderful. A little problem there is no illustrations. So we found the disc with illustrations. We're trying to marriage it. It was not working. And I said, look, I don't have time for this. Put it on the shelf. The story has a couple of more twists in it that really kind of brought me to where I am now. A friend of mine called me. It was a friend of my community, and she said, hey, how you doing? I said, I'm doing fine. She said, your father was Harvey F. Bernard. And I said, yes. And she said, he wrote Nesara. And I said, yes. And she said, oh my God, I know you. And I said, yeah, you know me. We've been friends for a while. She said, you have no idea what's going on out here, do you? And I said, no, I don't keep up. And she said, you have got to do this. I'll help you. And I said, okay, I'll think about it. Well, I did think about it. And I said, I'm not the only person with this problem. What do? You hire someone. So I hired someone to help me get it typeset, went all through the legal stuff and all that kind of good stuff, and got it typeset. Now, up until this point, I had never read my father's book. Okay? And that shocks a lot of people. I was doing the proofing, and I was making sure everything was right. And the reason that I hadn't read it was because, like a lot of Americans, I figured, first of all, I knew my father. He was a genius. And I said, this is going to be over my head. I'm not an economist. I'm a lowly bookkeeper at best. I'm not going to understand this. What I discovered in reading the book was my father he was not only a systems theorist, but he taught systems theory. He was this remarkable teacher, and he could meet you where you are. And the book is full of, real life examples of how this is going to affect you from top tier to low level income, and really, really simplified it. And so my motivation at that point was just that. Let's just get it out there. The world can have it. Y'all do what you want, until I got to that chapter that we've been discussing, which was afterward the Nesara story. And when I read the things that they said about my father, and I realized what he went through, and he never let on, really. I got mad. I'm going to tell you, I got upset. And I said, okay, motivation change. I want my father's name cleared. And my father believed that monetary rights are a natural right, and that a moral monetary system is just the way it should be. And I said, that's where we're going. And that's my purpose. That's my drive. I want American people to get an education. I want them to read the book, to understand the actual bill, and they can decide for themselves. They can decide, hey, if they want that, then we move forward.
Agreed. And you know what? It's time to move forward. It really is. But you know what? We need to obviously get rid of those people that have been using and grifting and making, as I said, it is a multi-million-dollar industry. Mm-hmm. And they've been putting your father's name through the dirt. It's time for vindication. Now, you were on Michelle's show the other day. Mm-hmm. The reason why she was nervous is because she's been involved. Obviously, she's had Scott Young, and you reached out, tried reaching out to Dr. Scott Young.
Twice. I attempted to reach out to Dr. Scott Young, and here's my thinking. I guess I'm naive. I was aware of his work and his history, I guess, and I thought, well, wow, this will be great. He will want to know the truth, and I can't speak to whether he does or he doesn't. But I never heard back. I never heard back.
That should answer your question right there.
Yeah, and it does.
And I've listened to his work, and he sits there and he talks about the QFS. So he's speaking about fiction. I've proven that. He speaks about Nesara Gesara. That's fiction. He speaks about elements that he speaks about are connected to the dove of oneness. That's all fiction. So, and then we got Michelle Moore, because let me tell you about Michelle, ladies and gentlemen. You all know that I have a bit of a history with Michelle, especially with Mr. Mike Gill. Right now, she is somebody that puts on a little painted on smile and does things just to boost their platform. Now, I was the one, as I told you in the pre-show, to expose Mr. Mike Gill, that she was out there pushing out on their platform. I know this is taking a little sidetrack, but just to give you a comprehension of the people that are out there, because they play this game that they're for you and all that sort of thing, but they're not really with you. You know what I mean? Or they're all out for themselves. And Michelle's an opportunist. She really is. She would have seen the KRAK3N. I know why she got you, because she would have. I've been promoting the KRAK3N Nesara Gesara expose for a long time now. And she would have try to cover her tracks. But no, that's okay, Michelle. I've just shown people what you really are. You've shown. I still haven't had that, shall we say, that apology that I've been owed since you dropped Mike Gill, because you were the one that was supporting Mike Gill, paying for his rent, all that sort of thing. I'm just trying to give you a backstory as to what kind of entities there are out there. And she was supporting even Dr. Scott Young's work, just like all of them have been. And as I said, Dr. Scott Young's work has been based on deception and lies. And that's why he hasn't gotten back to you, because he's guilty. He's guilty because he's been milking that Nesara Gesara train, and he uses the word doctor because he's an audiologist. Well, listen, Dr. Audiologist, what you've been doing is, realistically speaking, committing fraud as well. So if I was you, I would be pulling down those books that you've been making a lot of money from, they're all to the root of it, all comes from the dove of oneness, okay? And we know what that means, straight to Nesara, because you keep like a parrot out there talking about Nesara. And you've been making that money, and you've been going out there and playing the game. No, you're being told to cease and desist today, and you better pull out your books, down all of them. Otherwise, you're going to be on that list. That list is growing by the day. Sorry, Eunice, but you know what? We have to call a spade a spade. There's no exceptions to the rules. Especially, he's based all his work on Nesara Gesara specialist, right?
Yeah.
Which means he's based it on being a fraudster, because it's all from the dove of oneness. And then he adds his own little fictitious embellishments, adds the end day business, because they all seem to be profits. Yeah, the only profits they're making is the profit in their pockets, you know? And you know what? Someone's got to take the stand. And I don't care. They call me all sorts of names because they don't like the truth being known, because this is the thing. I'm somebody that goes by the truth. Always have been, always will be. Now, they are people that have no conscience, no respect, obviously, for Harvey at all, not for you, right? And not for the people that they're bullshitting to, because that's what they're doing. They're absolutely committing fraud on every single day. They go and do their conventions. You've seen the conventions, right? How they
I
all go
have
there.
now. I've seen pictures, and I was shocked. You know, that they're, yeah, I don't know what other word to use, but it was, I just couldn't believe it. The halls that they filled with this, and it seems to be tied up with you know, spirituality on all levels or all types, and I want to make that clear. I'm not here to debate anybody's strong convictions or spiritual belief or even political affiliation. This bill is you know, bipartisan, but it has nothing to do with monetary reform. Okay. You
That
know,
was her.
I don't know if, you know, I believe in a higher power. You have what you believe. Everybody has a theory of metaphysics, and that's great. Freedom of religion, but it doesn't have anything to do with monetary policy. And it saddens me to think that there are people who have been hurt by this, just besides my family. But like the lady you were talking about the other day, the lady in Canada. It was always a really
Oh,
prime
yeah, we're going to
example.
go through that one.
Okay. Okay.
Because there's severe consequences to their actions.
Mhm.
A lot of people, and that's just an example, one of them. People they don't realize that their words, what they do, their actions, they think that it doesn't have any consequence because they're too busy counting all the cash. That's what they're doing, right? Just like the Dove of Oneness was doing. Now, these entities, it's about time that they packed up shop, right?
Mm.
And they're being warned today. Now, I just want to take this one in the chat because they want to know about your book.
Okay.
You know, your dad's book. And it says, I couldn't find it on Amazon. It is on Amazon.
Okay.
That's where I got my copy. What is the exact name of the book, please? Well,
Okay. It's Draining the Swamp, The Nesara Story by Harvey F. Bernard. We have it available on Amazon.
there we go.
Okay. It's in paperback and in the Kindle version on Amazon. And I'll just say the price because we did see someone who apparently bought a paperback from us and was selling it on Amazon for a higher price. So my book is the paperback's 40 and the Kindle is 25. And it's also available and there Barnes and Noble has an online store and it's available the online version there. So if you just look it up on Amazon. Now, if you have our website, you can, I encourage people, please go to our website. If you want information on Harvey, it's got, his history. There's actually even an interview that he did. And if you don't mind real quick, I'll share that story. In and amongst the things in the trunk was a cassette tape. And again, my husband, who's tapped into all that old kind of stuff, he had an old cassette player and he played it. And I was standing in the kitchen and he looked at me and he said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "That's the first time I've heard my dad's voice in 20 years." So it was
Must
an
have
emotional
hit you in the
thing.
heart, Bob.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it did. But anyway, so that interview is on the website, and that's
Awesome.
NesaraInstitute.com.
Now, I want to turn to your father's book, The After Nesara Story.
Okay.
Right, that section there.
Mhm.
Now, I took some interest in some points here, which we'll go through the rest of it. Now, the gentleman that wrote this part of the book, because this is in 2005, is republished, right? And if you want to add to what I'm trying to say is why was it republished?
Okay, so in '96 he did the first version, and then he wanted to bring out another version and add. I think he added this chapter. I'm not sure if he added anything else to it from the '96 version, but I know he added this. And this is where he had he talks about the conspiracy theories. John Tiffany wrote this chapter. Now I asked my mom, I've tried to track down who John Tiffany was. The best that she can remember is that he was associated with the media somehow, that he might have been associated with one of the newspapers that did an article on Harvey. She didn't know for sure. She couldn't tell me for sure. But he did write this as a, explanation, another opinion. Yes.
Well, as I said to you, and I'm making a commitment to you that welcome to the Freedom Channel broadcast. So this is not we're going to announce it, that you're going to see Denise very regularly here.
Thanks.
We're going to re-educate people on the real Nesara, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we're going to do. Eunice and I will be re-educating people because we need to undo the work of what's been done out there.
Right.
So we need to re-educate people on the real Nesara, Harvey's version, and we're going to do this properly. So welcome to our platform, love.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. So I'm really honored, and I think it's going to be great, and we'll be able to, unpack this little bit at a time.
Yes.
And
We're
get
going to
down
probably call it the Nesara show.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what we'll do.
Okay.
What do you think, guys, in the chat? Do you like that idea of your niece and I teaming up? Oh, yeah, that's awesome, isn't it? Everyone loves it. It's wonderful news. Yes, no, it is wonderful news for us and not so wonderful for them, because we're going to be undoing their work, their mess. Okay? And this is the real place here where we can start the re-education process. Now, let me make one thing clear. I mean, obviously, the title right there, you hear President Trump talks about, and we drained the swamp. We wonder where that title come from. This is, people got to realize that President Trump does watch this show, and he does see things. And they should be looking at this and thinking to themselves, it's time for us to pack up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they know what's good for them, they better pack up shop.
Mm-hmm.
I've given them warning. I've given them warning after every cracking that I've done, and they think that I'm mucking around. No. We're taking this to another level. We're going to create a Nesara show. We're going to continue to expose these entities until they're all gone. Okay? And then we're going to, as we said, we're going to pursue legal matters, because you know what? There's no getting away, because James Rink did that back in 2012. No, James. You thought you were going to get away with it for so long. And we'll do the mathematics and work out how many books you sold and how much you benefited off all this. And we're going to do some calculations on all the others as well. And then we're going to, obviously, as we said, any lawyers out there that want to take part of this world action case against them, you're most welcome to join us pro bono, and let's make history together. You know what I mean? Because we've got it all. We've got all the documentation. We've got all the proof that the creator of Nesara was Harvey Bernard. They've got nothing but thin air. They've got nothing but libel. They've committed libel, and they've got nothing, as I said, to prove this. The claims of the double oneness that is also been tied to fraud. That's documented. Also tied to Clyde Hood of the Omega Trust Prosperity Fund that they were talking about. That's also fraud. So we can go and take this, and don't you worry, as I said, we've got all the facts, evidence, and receipts out of our wazoo, to be quite honest. And we're going to do this properly, through the right routes, and we're going to re-educate people on Harvey's real Nesara, not the pseudo one. Now, let's turn to this page here, love. All right?
Okay.
Many new ideas, religions, may come forth under the umbrella of the Aquarian idolization. One of these is the pseudo. So pseudo is a word for meaning fake, right?
Right.
Fraud. That you can get used to that little word there, fraud. They should be. Pseudo Nesara craze, a hoax that has been perpetuated for years. Yes, it's been perpetuated for years by the guru cyber queen Shanae Goodwin, who styles herself as the double oneness. Now, they've taken that, rebadged it in 2020 for COVID. You can see that what we do is put patterns together. So we can see that this was done back in the day of when 9/11 took place. Emotionally compromised people, they go in for the kill. That's how a con artist works. She did exactly what she had to do. Well, she did it, which was wrong, but she did it at the right time because people were emotionally compromised. Just like 2020, these con artists come along. Charlie Ward, Dr. Charlie, his son went out on record and said that he's a fake anyway. He started his first podcast in 2020, and he said about Nesara Gesara. Oh, no, we got it all. Don't you worry about that one. And they're not going to get away with it. Then they've created a whole pyramid scam. All of them. Mr. Rodriguez has been involved, and a whole lot of them that are connected. Derek Johnson, he should know better, Mr. Laws and Orders, especially when you do the laws and orders and you're supposed to be meticulous on it. Then you go and you don't bother to see what these others that you're associating with, because they're a network of them, You don't bother to associate, the ones that you associate with, you don't bother to do a background check. That's the first thing you do. And even those interviewers out there, you should be, ashamed of yourselves that you didn't do your due diligence. You didn't do you're too busy counting the cash and riding the Nesara Gesara gravy train, all of you. And you know what? You're guilty by association and guilty by, you know what? You should have done you can't say, I was only doing my job. No, what kind of job's that? You didn't do your due diligence. You didn't bother. Part of being a journalist is to fact check everything. You didn't bother doing that. So don't sit there and say, oh, no, I didn't know what I was doing. No, you did know what you're doing. You just didn't bother to do the hard work. And you chose money over morals. Sorry, but that's how I feel. And I'm sure that's how you feel.
Yes, that's how I feel. That is exactly how I feel. You make that distinction. Okay, do you know that you're telling a lie, right? And with the history here, of what has transpired in the conspiracy theories and all that kind of stuff, how can you not know? Yeah, that's just what baffles me. How can you not know that this was not her work, or that this was not something that Goodwin did,
Well, this is the thing. I mean, you got these film producers like Nick Alvier from Good Lines that puts his, movies behind a paywall, which I wouldn't pay, nothing for them. But anyway, people pay money for the garbage. And basically, he doesn't bother he's got a team of 60, 300 people, whatever it is that he claims. And he thanks the works of Derek Johnson and this clown called Ariel out there on X that they put so much weight behind, which I don't know why. I can comprehend why Derek, because Derek, he's usually meticulous when it comes to the laws and orders, but obviously he's turned a blind eye when it comes to the real truth, which is, what's the real Nesara. Now, Mr. Nick Alvier has got a team. Any one of those rocket scientists, couldn't they work out that what they were putting out there was a bunch of garbage? No. He was too busy smoking a doobie in Hawaii and counting his cash. No, he needs to be held accountable. He needs to take that piece of crap down, just like James Rink. And you can see that the connections are there. So basically, it all connects to the double oneness. Everything connects to her. The dots are there. We could take this to the court today, and you know how judges work, right? The court. I know how the legal system works. You know what I mean? I've got friends, that they're in the legal system, and they tell you that no, you don't go there and bullshit the judge. No, you go there with the facts, evidence, and receipts, and you got the case. You won. They can't dispute. They go by facts, evidence, and receipts. When you got hardcore facts, evidence, and receipts, number one, we can prove that libal's been committed. It's out there. It's all on public record. We can prove that fraud has been committed. It's out in public record. We can go and use the documents. We've got Harvey's original documents. We've got the receipts. Everything you could possibly imagine. No. And then you got these others that have gone around and created their groups, their podcasts, based on the deception and the lies of Nesara Gesara, which to me, I'm sorry, you should have done your due diligence. You should have seen what the real Nesara is and not gone by what these others like Charlie Ward up the top tier and the rest of them, and trusted them to base your whole group, because there's so many of these groups out there. It's like a spider web worldwide, right? And what they've done is they've based their groups, their podcasts, their books, their movies, their everything, their merch. Oh, you've seen the merch. It's disgusting. It's as I said, it's a multi-million-dollar industry.
Yeah.
And they don't have a conscience at all. They don't have anyone in their right mind should go and, before committing to creating a group, a Telegram group, no matter what it is, go and do your due diligence. You want it to be factual, because guess what? Now it's going to bite you on the ass. You've gone out there and you've ride that little train. You've monetized your ass right off. You think about it. Yeah. On Rumble, constantly, they're making millions of dollars. You know what I mean? No. The grift stops today. And they've been put on notice. Okay. All of them have been put on notice. Now, let's go back to this thing, which is
I
The
love
double
the
dumbness.
paragraph on it's the first page at the bottom. Well, I'm in the hardback. I don't know what
Are
page.
you here?
I'm at Cultist Believe.
Okay, I'll bring that one up. So it's
Okay.
it's the first one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's on the first first
Yep,
section.
yep. I'll
1,
find it.
2,
I'll bring
3,
it up
4th
on
paragraph.
screen for you. Give me a quick moment, Denise. Here it is. This one here. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Want to read that?
Yeah, you want me to read it? Okay. Okay. Again, remember, this is in 2004 when he put this together. So this is what was known at the time. Cultists believe the pseudo-Nesara, the National Economic Security and Reformation Act, a misappropriation of the original acronym, is a miraculous secret law hundreds of years in the making. They believe it was blocked and covered up by George W. Bush administration. Some of the group believe that 9/11 attacks were Bush's first attempt to delay their Nesara implementation and that the Iraq War was his second. They believe their pseudo-Nesara will abolish the IRS, remove George Bush from office, expose him as a reptilian alien, distribute fortunes to the worthy few, install a saucer-flying Jesus Christ as America's new leader, and bring about the new golden age with some help from some friendly extraterrestrials. Believers say their Nesara promises forgiveness of all debt, elimination of the IRS, world peace, and it goes on with the list. Dismantlement of current government and replacement with deities and unity with our space brethren. That's a lot to unpack.
It certainly is, isn't it? Yeah. So this has all come from that, you've seen that movie as well, Waiting for Nesara, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that movie there, you got the ascended master of Jesus, they're talking about his name, Sananda, and then they got all these array of other aliens, Palladians and all that. And you think to yourself, how did it start off from Harvey's work that is pure, that is,
simple,
based on the economy, and change it into something that's like an abomination? How could they do that? Mm-hmm. And you know what it is? It's fraud. It's because they want to basically incorporate everything in there, and they needed something like a springboard, and that was your dad's work. That's the reality of it. And they've been, now your mother is still working. You said she was working.
She is still working, and again,
right.
She's 79, and right. After his death, and she shut down the website, we went on about our lives. We left this huge vacuum there, and all of this just came right on in, Well,
you know what? Why? These others have made millions of dollars, right? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
They sit there, they've got mansions, like Phil Godlowski's got mansions all over the place, and he's benefited off the grift of Nesara Gesara, just like Charlie Ward, just like all these other big knobs. And then all these others have been making hundreds of thousands of dollars, circle jerking all over the place, right? Just going interview after interview. Mr. Dr. Scott Young making money off his books and his podcasts, and, basically all the gullible idiots out there that follow him. And treason, news treason as well. There's so many of them out there. But the thing is, you've been doing it hard. Your father couldn't go after him, because he had to focus on his health, and his health was deteriorating. I mean, how could you go, and you're focusing on your health and you're dealing with this kind of situation? Now, this is what makes me sick to my stomach, is this little paragraph here. The name of Harvey F. Bernard. This is in the book, ladies and gentlemen. The retired systems troubleshooter, because that's what he did. He had the best intentions to help humanity, and technical consultant from Louisiana, who wrote a proposed bill called Nesara. Pretty simple, right? Mm-hmm. No aliens, no all this business going on. Some 14 years ago as an academic exercise. Only to watch Dove co-opt it, and basically she called what he produced a scam. That's what she said. This is a scam, Goodwin said, about Harvey's work. She called him an idiot that worked for George W. Bush Sr. It's an absolute disgrace. So you can see right there that she's the one that put it in motion.
Right.
And then you got James Rink, 2012, that echoes and puts something where he comes out of his, I don't know where it comes from. No, that needs to be known, that Mr. James Rink, and it's all on record, that he called Harvey F. Bernard a CIA agent. Was he a CIA agent, love? Was he?
No, he did not know George Bush, and he, senior or junior, and he was not a CIA agent. Like I said,
well, the people in the chat are disgusted with James and all the rest of them, and all these. And that's what I'm saying. We need to make a change, ladies and gentlemen, and grassroots change are the best. Yeah. Right? We've spoken about this. Right. So how do we do this? We've got to re-educate people. But also at the same token, it's defamation, it's libel, and it's also fraud. Right. Now, Rumble are going to be approached. They're going to get a letter, and so is YouTube, and so all these others, to cease and desist and remove all material that they've put up there. They have to cease and desist immediately, right? And I know they're watching. Cease and desist. We're going to send you a letter. You've been allowing these fraudsters to be run, and then we're going to be talking about some other business, because you know what? Your mother shouldn't have to work. Okay. You shouldn't have to suffer anymore, because you know what? These millionaire idiots out there that have grifted and made, and there's so many to know. It's just like huge, right? Off the merchandise, off the books, off the films, off everything, right? Right. They've grifted to they couldn't grift anymore, but they're still grifting about it, right? And they're making multi-million-dollar, money each and every year off these conventions that they're doing, the platforms that are enabling them, the merchandise, the podcasts, the everything they could possibly make.
But when you bring up these conventions, what are they doing? They don't have a bill to discuss. They don't have any points, to say, well, hey, maybe we need to tweak this or whatever. What are they doing? Listen, I am not, that is not what we're about. That is not why I started this. And I will tell you, I've had such difficulty. I started a tiny little Facebook page. I got booted off of TikTok and X both, I don't know, whatever. They just didn't want me there. But I have a tiny little Facebook page. And when I started putting out information about the book, the chat room filled up with people fighting left, right, left, right, left, right. And I could never make them understand, hey, this is a bipartisan thing. This is for all Americans. This is for hopefully worldwide reform. And it's just been so difficult. And then when I go out and talk to people, you've got several different camps. You've got some people have never heard of it at all. Okay. And some people have, but what they have heard is the Nesara Gesara storyline. And you can't convince them of anything else. And it's been really, really hard to get the word out. We went to the Capitol. I don't know if you've may have played a little bit of that video a few weeks ago here at the Louisiana State Capitol. And I did get some response. I want real things. Like when you ask these Nesara Gesara people, who are you working with? Who have you talked to in the administration? Do you have a senator or a representative that's helping you? This bill is great, but it was written 30 years ago. So obviously, we're going to have to make some changes, but you have to be serious minded and get down to business, and throwing these parties just, blows my mind.
Oh, look, you've seen them. Let me give you an example. Of one that just Mr. Rink is going to throw a little dance party in October in Florida. I suggest you don't do that, James, because there's going to be a lot of angry people by the time we're finished, and I don't want to see your face. And the thing is, he blocked me, so he didn't want to get any more warnings. He's scared because he knows what's coming his way. And you know what, James? You never thought this day would come, but it's here right now. And there's going to be a price to pay. Unfortunately, you went out there and you called her father, and it's on record, a CIA agent. No, we're going to be playing that clip. Don't you worry about that one. We're going to be playing a lot of clips, different things, to remind people of the severity of what they've been doing. Now, talking about severity, right, you know that what they've done as far as that case. Let me bring up that case so we can, it's very important. People really got to get it that we mean business. Unfortunately, this lady, her name was Karen Lee, or is Karen Lee. She went out there to the court. Can you imagine going to the court and going there with the Dove of Oneness's sheet, the one that Nick Alvier promotes, the one that James Rink promotes? We'll don't you worry, we'll prove all that. And that she goes there and she loses her home based on, she thought, so these people, and there's so many of their followers that believe, and they're willing to put everything on the line, lives, families, houses, assets, everything, because they think that Nesara Gesara's got them covered. Now, they went to the Supreme Court in British Columbia, and they were going on about the, you know, you see that, obviously, credit card, mortgage, and other debt. Now, that's on that list. We know that list comes from the Dove of Oneness again. It's right there. That's her list. Now, went there with that list, but also it was a list that says 20 points. So I decided to see which is the 20 points, because apparently they added something else. If you go to the bottom here, love, I'll show you what I mean. So you can see that's obviously talking about the Dove of Oneness's acronym, the manufactured one, right? This is they're mentioning your father here in this clip. This is actual fact. So they're saying this is fact, you know. This is all the fiction. Now, I went to Gesara.news because I wanted to see what is the case that they made and which sheet did they use, because they mentioned it was a 20 point. Now, the Dove of Oneness did a 19 point. What was the 20 points? What was the 20th point? That's what I wanted to know, right? Because they, as I said, the Dove of Oneness did 19. Now, it's on the document here. I'm sure it's on the article that they went there with a 20 point list. And I've got it here somewhere. It will say it. And obviously it talks about the COVID. That's because people were emotionally compromised during the time. But it'll be here somewhere. I'll find it. It's just so much documentation to go through. But it definitely does say it somewhere. There was a 20 point, and I'm thinking, where's the 20 points? What would be the last point of theirs to add to the Dove of Dumbness's list, you know? And, you know, I actually spoke about it the other day. Here we go, the Gag Water Business Prosperity Fund, the Omega Trust stuff, the Bill Clinton at gunpoint. That's the house that they lost. Look at that, 1.7, 17 equals Q. Okay. Yeah, isn't that funny? Wouldn't be surprised that they did it deliberately, just to teach them a lesson. But you know, it was definitely somewhere here. But anyway, I wanted to go to that list of theirs, where they went into that news. Where is it? Their website over here, right? And I wanted to see what list it was. Now, I pulled up that list, and there it is. It's from Gesara.news. Now, what is the 20th point? Well, no, apparently they added 17%. They did that one for you, you know what I mean? Because obviously, look at this.
Okay.
Right, so they added that little fictitious embellishment. The Dove of Oneness was a 14%, James Rink 14%, all these others. But then this character that updated this little business here, put the 17% to add more validity to the Q, because that's what I'm saying. They use Q as a way of blurring the lines, right?
Yeah, right.
But then let's go to the 20th point. 19 was, as you know, the patents, right? Now, the Dove of Oneness, this is her list, right? Now, they've added other bits as you can see, the fictitious embellishments as they go along. Let's go to number 20. Oh, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. The good old QFS. That was the 20th point on the list. The quantum financial system of Mr. Charlie Ward and the quantum voting system, QVS. It's not enough that we've got to be insulted that they wanted to, change it to 17%. But now they've got to add on the 20th point the manufactured garbage of Charlie Ward as well, the QFS. And now the quantum voting system, and then also, obviously, the global currency reset and the RV. So this is on their thing. Now, you can see this is their website. Now, can you imagine being there and you put everything on the line based on that website, based on all the garbage or the dove of dumbness, and you lose your house because of all this? Oh, no, the Nesara was subject to a gag order. It hasn't been, released yet because the guy had a gun to Bill Clinton's head.
That's excuse me for a second, but they said, and I think she may have started that with, we can't talk about it's under a gag order, and then it's a non-disclosure order or whatever.
Yeah.
Just saying. I don't know a politician or a politician's clerk or a media person who can keep a secret for 15 minutes, much like 20 years. Yeah, that one's worn thin a little bit. So,
but you know what? According to James Rink's movie, that they will put under gag order, and I don't know if he got it from the double. Obviously he got that from the double oneness, and maybe James added some more fictitious embellishments as well of his own. That he put in there that they were going to be punishable for committing treason, and if they were going to open their mouths, and break the gag order. I mean, can you believe the ridiculousness? And then this poor lady went out there and lost her home over this. And this is just one example. There's many examples, of this crap going on. And, there are people that have basically been promised all this debt forgiveness and all this sort of thing. And then they go and put themselves into a lot of debt. Buy a new car. No, Gesara got that. Nesara Gesara. Go on the holidays. No, Nesara Gesara's covered, and then they find out the holiday's finished, that it's all basically they've been sweating it. And then they blame Q for it. That's the problem. Everything gets blamed over there because they think, oh no, that was in the Q drops. No, it's not in the Q drops. What they do is they blur the lines and they do it deliberately. And they're just good at what they do, which is conning people. And they don't care about people's psychology. They don't care about people's well-being. They don't care about a damn thing. Obviously, they don't care about your father's, memory either and his work and all that. No, they don't care about you. They don't care about anyone. All they care about doing is enriching themselves. And they've been doing it for way too long. And that's what I'm saying. We've got proof after proof. We can take all this because this is all in courts, right? This is in a court document. We can take all this. And it works with precedents as well. So we've got all these things, documentation right up, right up the wazoo, so to speak, to back all our claims. And they wouldn't last a minute in court. There's no way. It'd be funny. I know they bring out the double. Can you imagine that? That they go there. Think about this. This would be hilarious. That we go with all the documents, everything. Harvey's work. We're armed to the teeth. Right. They rock up there with fiction, that they've created from the double oneness. And then they're going on by that list, that it's legit and all that. They better go and hide. They better go and hide because that list isn't going to save them. And neither is anything from that fiction that the dove of the oneness has done and James Rink and Mr. LVE. None of that's going to save them at all because they've been basically committing fraud and doing it and making a lot of money off this fraud. And, libel, slander on your dad. Mm-hmm. No, there's a price to pay for all that, James. Sorry. And we've got all the facsimiles and receipts So if you want to take it on, let's take it on. Oh, we will smash you, and not only smash you, we'll smash you all, because we can go to a lawyer, anyone that would take this case on, or lawyers, and give them all the facts and receipts, and they would have a field day. And then you wouldn't have to worry about it. Your mum wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. You won't have to worry about anything anymore, and Harvey's name will be restored. And it will be vindicated, and it deserves to be vindicated. And that's going to be our mission now. So basically, we're going to be re-educating people on this. Mm-hmm. It's about time, because since they've been going out there and using their network of crap, right, based on nothing, thin air, it's about time that people knew the real deal, isn't it right, love? So
it is. It's time that they learned what the bill was, and again the everything is tied up. Everything is there. There's no guessing. It's in plain English, and it's step by step.
Okay, I found it. It's in the court documents. Oh, let me bring it. It was in the court documents somewhere. This is the actual court documents that took place of that case, to the one in British Columbia, right? This one here with Karen. Can you see it? Bank of Montreal. Right. This is the real one. No. We've got all the court documents. Don't you worry about that. We've got all the facts and receipts. And it was, there we go, about mortgage forgiveness and all that. You can see already that they're mentioning, that what actually happened, that she went out there with this list and it didn't turn out well for her. There we go. That's, see, the 20 points. I was correct. I'm always right, love. You know that, right? I got my hat, by the way. I'll send you a hat and something as well. So this document sent out 20 points pertaining to Gesara. Now, what was those 20 points? Now, can you imagine? And the article, the news article, said that list came from here. Now, obviously, can you think about this? Oh no, this is real. It came from Gesara.news. What the hell? What kind of website's that? It's the alternative news. It's real. Where's the quantum financial system? No, don't speak to Charlie Ward. No, Charlie Ward's hiding somewhere in United Emirates somewhere. And then you go, look, QFS, quantum volumes. I mean, can you imagine going there with that document?
No, I can't. I can't. And I feel sorry for her. I don't want to say sorry, but you know what? My heart goes out to her.
Yeah. No, those who just joined us, I'll reintroduce you, love. This is Harvey F. Bernard, the real creator of Nesara, right? This is Harvey F. Bernard's daughter. We affectionately call her D.
D, yes.
Or the yes. Yes. So, because there were some people that just come late, and I said, we need to reintroduce you. Okay. So they know who we're dealing with here. And as I said, welcome to the, you'll be part of our furniture here, love, now, especially where we're going to be working side by side. No, this is not a once-off thing. No. I've made a commitment. And when I make a commitment, ladies and gentlemen, you should all know me by now that I stand by my commitments. And my commitment is that we're going to vindicate Harvey's name, and we're going to undo all the garbage that these others have done. And there's going to be legal implications involved, because what they've done is unlawful, and there's going to be a price to pay for all that. Isn't that right, love? We have to take a stand. You know what I mean?
Yep. And what did I tell you the other day? That you own 3 things in this life. You own your time, what you believe, and your word, and everything else is window dressing.
That's right. That's exactly right. Now, so you can see there's real life implications that have occurred. And just so people know, it all comes from this. That was her website, by the way. And the Dove reports are here. And people will click on it and listen to her garbage, right? She had a hotline where you'd bring up and you'd listen to her garbage as well. Now, everyone see that little icon over there, that little picture there? Does everyone recognize it? Good. Because that's the list. It's right up the top. And this list, you've obviously seen it floating around the place. I know it's been going out there like viral, like VD, to be quite honest. And people need to put the dots together. That's what I'm trying to do. Now, what we need to do now is let's go to the man himself. I want to play that clip that you've done, the Nesara promo clip.
Okay.
This also speaks about your father's background, and it's got some lovely photos. How about we roll that one?
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, do it.
Whoops.
Hi, I'm Denise Bernard Gerbrek, daughter and only child of Harvey F. Bernard, the original author of the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act, or Nesara. For over 2 decades, the name Nesara has been twisted, misrepresented, and buried under layers of conspiracy theories. But the truth? It's written in my father's own words, in his book, Draining the Swamp, The Nesara Story, and in the original bill he worked tirelessly to create. This channel is here to set the record straight. You'll find real history about Harvey, direct insights from his work, and honest conversations about what Nesara was truly meant to be. No hype, no distortion, just truth. If you're ready to learn the facts, challenge the myths, and rediscover the original vision behind Nesara, welcome, you're in the right place. Subscribe, explore, and let's bring clarity back to the conversation. Hi, I'm Denise Bernard Gerbrek, D for short. Welcome to the original Nesara by Harvey F. Bernard YouTube channel. It is my intent with this channel to bring clarity to the Nesara story. With that in mind, I will not debate anyone's beliefs, strongly held convictions, spirituality, or political affiliations. What I have to say is for everyone. And with that in mind also, I ask that you keep your comments and questions respectful to us and to each other. I thought we would spend this first video learning some history about my dad. As you may know, my father was Harvey Francis Bernard, author of the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. We can clear up a misconception right there. It is stabilization. I'm not quite sure how it got changed to security. Maybe somebody out there knows, and if you do, drop me a comment, or better yet, go to the website and send me an email. This is one of the copies of the bill that he actually brought up to Washington in the 90s. So, with that being said, let's learn a little bit of history about Harvey. Harvey was born in 1941 in Ruston, Louisiana. He grew up in Minden, Louisiana, where he attended Minden High School and met my mom. He went to Louisiana Tech College. I was born in Minden, Louisiana in 1963. We moved to Baton Rouge in the mid-60s, where my dad worked as an instrument tech and systems troubleshooter. He worked in different plants, helping them solve their operational issues. A systems troubleshooter is someone who examines technical systems, identifies problems, and develops a solution. We were an average middle-class family for the time. Both my mom and dad worked, but we took annual skiing vacations and other trips every year. As I grew up, I remember my father as a kind, intelligent man. He loved the sciences and photography. He was an avid constitutionalist and historian. I remember he was always reading. In his free time, he always had a book in his hand. He was for tax reformation even back then. I remember going to the United States Post Office on tax day to help him hand out information. But my father was in no way political. In fact, one of the things that is so central to his bill is it does not matter who is in the White House. I married my high school sweetheart in the early 80s, and my parents saw that as their opportunity to travel due to the nature of his work, developing solutions for different instrument problems and teaching systems theory. They were able to live and work in places like North Dakota, Sacramento, Sutter Creek, California, and in Colorado, which was one of their favorite places. In later years, subsequently back to Baton Rouge. While my dad and I were rarely in the same state, we were very close. My husband and I went to as many places as possible for visits. Harvey was inspired by something one of his college professors once said. The same method we use to troubleshoot instruments in plant operations can be used to solve any problem. This got him to thinking, and he was off to write the bill. He finished it in the late 80s, and in the early 90s, he and a friend went to Washington. Of course, they received the usual, "Thank you, sir, we'll take a look" rhetoric. Harvey had a website back then, Nesara.org, upon which he released the bill into the public domain in 1996. I believe that's where the trouble began, but we'll cover that in a later video. He continued to campaign and raise awareness for what he believed was a natural right. Monetary rights are a natural right. Your time and labor should not be subject to the winds of political change. In addition, he could see the storm coming down the road and clearly identified the flaws in our current military policy. While Harvey had enjoyed relatively good health his whole life, he loved snow skiing, scuba diving, as well as horseback riding. He unfortunately suffered from a lifelong heart defect, and his health began to dwindle as the years went by. Several years before his death, he had a valve installed, and that gave him a little bit more time. But eventually, he succumbed to this issue at the age of 64 in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, at a local hospital on May 15, 2005. Shortly before that, he published his life's work, Draining the Swamp, the Nesara Story. My mom kept up the cause for a short time. She eventually packed up his work in storage. And 17 years later, that's when I jumped back into the mix. In my next video, I'll be telling my story and why, after all these years, I decided to pick up the baton for this cause. I'd like to end today by saying this. It's well past time that we as Americans stop getting bogged down in the shadow stories and look at what's at stake. With the looming monster of digital currency and tokenization of our assets, which, in my opinion, is not as far off as others would think, I don't think we have a whole lot of time. If the election of President Trump has proved anything, is that if we come together with common sense and a common cause, we can accomplish anything. We're going to have to loudly and in unison let our voices be heard about what we will and will not accept with regards to our time, labor, and monetary policy. In future videos, I want to be discussing the merits of the original bill, some good, some bad, and I hope you'll join me and we can learn together. If you haven't already, please pick up a copy of his book. I've made it available on Barnes & Noble and on Amazon in Kindle and paperback format. And I hope that you enjoyed this, and hit that like button and leave a comment, and hope to see you next time. Thanks.
That was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you for
it.
playing that. It brings back a lot of good memories. So,
yeah. Look, you know, it's very important that people get to know Harvey, and they will. Oh, don't you worry. We'll make sure everyone knows Harvey, and we're going to give Harvey the respect that he deserves. Not like what James has done. This next clip is not going to be very good for James, and I want everyone to watch it and pay attention, please. And then we're going to explain what are they really saying? What are they really doing? What's really going on? Anyway, let's watch the clip. And pay attention to the dots, you know, as we join the dots from one to the other. You know which clip I'm going to play, do you know, don't you? Yeah. Just by me saying that.
Got it.
This built coalitions of support and assistance with thousands of people worldwide, known as White Knights. The term White Knights was borrowed from the world of big business.
Our white knights, as I call them, taking that from the Wall Street Journal idea of a white knight that rushes in and rescues a company that's vulnerable to hostile takeover. That is a term, because my background is in business, that I felt comfortable with using I couldn't say this person, this person, this person, because it would put them in danger. So I had to invent a phrase. So I've invented this phrase.
Remote pilot technology was used in a flyer event to deliver a payload of explosives into the Pentagon at the exact location of the White Knights.
So I had to invent a phrase. So I've invented this phrase. Our white knights, as I call them, taking that from the Wall Street Journal.
The White Knights. In 1999, a 75-page document known as the National Economic Security and Reformation Act was submitted to Congress, where it sat with little action for almost a year. Late one evening, on March 9, 2000, a written quorum call was hand-delivered by Delta Force and Navy SEALs.
These were sponsors and co-sponsors of Nesara who were taken in on a quorum call, and they voted for and passed Nesara.
They were immediately escorted by the Delta Force and Navy SEALs to the respective voting chambers, where they passed the National Economic Security and Reformation Act. Zeroes out all credit card, mortgage, and other bank debt, abolishes the IRS, creates a 14% flat rate non-essential new items only sales tax revenue for the government, increases benefits to senior citizens. establishes new presidential and congressional elections within 120 days after Nesara's announcement, monitors elections and prevents illegal election activities of special interest groups, creates a new U.S. Treasury rainbow currency backed by gold, silver, and platinum precious metals, forbids the sale of American birth certificate records as chattel property bonds by the U.S. Department of Transportation, initiates new U.S. Treasury bank system in alignment with constitutional law, eliminates the Federal Reserve System, restores financial privacy, retrains all judges and attorneys in constitutional law, ceases all aggressive U.S. government military actions worldwide, establishes peace throughout the world, releases enormous sums of money for humanitarian purposes, enables the release over 6,000 patents of suppressed technologies that are being withheld from the public under the guise of national security, including free energy devices.
These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you. Are you ready, Boots?
Surprisingly, much disinformation about Nesara can be found on the internet. Prominent naysayers include Quatlus.com.
That's
So-
vulnerable to hostile takeover.
Oops, what happened there?
They
No,
never
shut
put
up.
them in
I've
danger,
had enough
right?
of you. God, I can't stand that woman. It's very painful watching. So far you've seen the contradictions, right? We saw the one contradiction after another. You saw how they were bouncing around.
Right.
She called, who was the one to say white knights? She's the one that it said it came from her imagination, right?
Right.
She clearly said it. And then James thought it was testament to put it in his movie, and he's been grifting off that movie ever since, and in that book as well. No, James, no. Not a very good look for you, especially what I'm going to show right now. Because, you know, I'm just giving you the heads up, love. He's going to say something nasty, right? And you know what that nastiness is going to be?
Yeah.
It's going to be about your father,
Right.
unfortunately. Now, did you see how he was talking about the list? And that list also basically is from the Dove of Oneness. So you can see that these connections are all from her. That's what we're trying to do, establish the connections.
Pattern.
And you can see, right?
Yeah.
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 So-
Yeah, I can see it. And it's just, they just take it and move on to the next and, you know, repackage it, modernize it, add a few things and move on, you know.
Exactly.
Rebranding, I guess is what they call it.
You know, the only one I'll be branding is James. Okay, with my brand on with the Kraken on the end of it. Now, as I said, you could see that she said white knight. He said the white knights. You heard it, right?
Yeah.
And then what did he do? He said it straight after. You know what I mean? I was doing the comparisons because he was saying that it comes from the world of big business. No, it comes from the world of big bullshit, care of the dove of dumbness, right? And I've been able to prove that. And the list that poor lady went, because they think there's no consequences to their actions. Well, you've seen that somebody lost their house, James, because they probably ended up watching your movie because your movie came out in 2012. And you're gone out there and you basically reinforced the Dove of Oneness, what she's been saying from her books of fiction, you know what I mean? And you're gone out there and these people have taken this and have used it in court. And there's been real life consequences. No, James, no more dancing, hip hop. The music stops today. So, no, and the slander. This is the disgusting part.
Walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you.
Can you imagine going to court and putting that document in? Sorry, I'm just going to laugh.
I can't. I
No.
don't laugh at anyone's misfortune, but I cannot. This is what I'm showing up with, you know.
Yeah,
flyer.
that's what you base your whole case on, is those documents from Gesara.news and James bullshit.
Are you ready, Boots?
Surprisingly, much disinformation about Nesara can be found on the internet. Prominent naysayers include quatloose.com.
So I'm going to stop it there. Quatloose.com is an actual website, and they actually discredit the Dove of Oneness, right? And they actually credit your father. Now, that's
I've been to
also
that website, yeah, and I've read that.
Yeah, it's. I think that was written in the book as well. I'm sure there's a. Let's see if we can find that. Hunt that one down.
Okay.
But it's, it's definitely in that section. You know, the after the Nesara story. Yeah, because it's the pseudo Nesara. That's what we'll call it. I think. Let me just see if we can hunt it down, because there's a lot of references. Let's see. I'm sure he did say it about Quat Loose.
He may have. It seems like you're right. It seems like I think
I've got a great memory.
he referenced that.
He definitely did reference it in the book. I'm just trying to look at it at the. Okay, poor people that are waiting in the Nesara. I honestly feel sorry for them that they believe the guy. Oh, you know what's funny? They called in the book, right? I think his name's Harridan, but he might have done it deliberately. What's his name? John that wrote it.
John.
Is it John?
In the chapter in the book.
Yeah, no, he called Zeb. It's Harridan. I think that's the real name. Hard on.
Oh, God.
That's funny. The hard on.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no, you got to laugh, don't you? At their expense.
Yes.
Any opportunity we can.
I'll do a word search on it, and I'll
it's definitely there. I did read it, and it did say about quatloose.com. All right.
Oh, here it is. I found it.
What page, love?
Well, this is I've got to start using the paperback. This is the hardback is 233, but the paragraph is
Which one would it be here?
It is too bad these are all Willow's the Wisp. Those who want to read about how Dove and her ilk are frauds can visit the Quatloose website.
Yep.
And Nesara's
I'm
also
sure it's here
inspired a movie
somewhere.
or two, and he talks about that the one you were just talking about, Harridan's documentary, Waiting for Nesara.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's all in the afterward story here.
Okay, so I'm just trying to find it so I can show the folks here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to find what page.
233. I can get a
Okay, so if you look at it as double pages, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that sort of thing. Which number?
Okay.
Say from the start where John Tiffany starts speaking about it. Is it on the first, second?
It's on the last one.
On the last one. Okay, let's go to the last one then.
Oh, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 paragraphs from the bottom. Aren't you going to love our book study? We're so
Oh, look, guys.
so coordinated.
Yeah, no. Oh, here it is. Here it is. It says here about the Wilkes of Wisp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, is it above that?
That's it. That's where it says. It's too bad.
Oh, yeah, I found it.
These are the
Okay,
ones
here we go.
you want to read. Quatloose.
Here we go. I found it. Let me just bring that there. Okay. Come on. I got to do this. Muck around the business. Okay. Here we go. Right. It's here. Quatloose website. Those who want to read about how Dove and her ilk are frauds can visit Quatloose website. Now, you're going to hear James Rink calling Quatloose a CIA website as well. So basically, he's already set the stage for your father right there.
Right.
Now, Quatloose have it within their rights to go and sue his ass as well, because they're calling that site's a CIA site, which obviously affects people from watching it, finding out the real truth.
I know.
Now, no, James, I'm sorry, but the truth needs to be known. You can't go around calling websites CIA sites. You can't go around calling CIA agents and discrediting a person's name. No, you can't do that. And destroying families. You can't do that, James. Sorry. Okay? No, he's done book sales. Yes. Don't worry. I've seen him. You know, we've said cease and desist, remove all your books, take down your films and all that, and then we'll talk what damages later. Now, Quatlou's website, he discredits it. Watch this now.
Be a CIA front.
There you
Even
go.
the information on Wikipedia
Now, this is where he puts his foot right in his mouth. Are you ready for it?
Ready.
is in error. Wikipedia gives you the history of CIA agent Harvey Bernard's Nesara law. Of CIA agent Harvey Bernard's Nesara law. Of CIA agent Harvey Bernard's Nesara law.
How do you feel?
The White Knights.
Just shut up, James. You talk too much.
Yeah, we did this earlier tonight, and it's just it's just upsetting. It's to know that they defamed him in that way, that they lied about him, and the other things that they've called him, idiot or stooge of the bushes. When my father passed away, like I told you before, I had a conversation with him before he died. It was on May 15th, and like I said, we were close. We were close, and I knew where he was all the time. It's not like he had this mysterious life, It is just, it's ridiculous, is what it is. And my mom would, I had a conversation with her a few days ago, and I said, I'm working to get the truth out. And I said, there are people that believe that, the Clinton signed it and all of this kind of stuff. And she said, oh, piffle. She said, that's ridiculous. And I said, well, not only that, Mom, there's people making money off of it. And she said, oh, you got to put a stop to that. And I said, I'm working on it. So, like I said,
and that's the thing.
We just kind of shut that part of our life down and moved on until I got to this point. And when I realized that there were people out there that knew who he was, who read his work and saw the value in it and wanted to have it so that the world could have it. It became not much of, there wasn't much choice then. I said, this is something I have to do. I have to do this. I would not do it for my dad. I loved him very much.
What is it?
Sorry.
How do you feel when you look at that slide right there?
Yeah, it's scam multi-million-dollar industry. That's about the size of it. That's about the size of it.
Well, you know what? I think it's about time that we reached out to the people.
Yeah.
And we need to let them know what your thoughts are, that they're out there and they're being misled. We're all being misled, right, by this cast of characters. Mm-hmm. Now, this is the thing. I mean, they think that we want to burst their bubble. Remember, there are a lot of people out there that are hooked on hopium.
Right.
And it's all based on lies. Now, we want things to be true. Yes, there is an upside. But do you want to continue being lied to, deceived? Is that the way to go? Is that what you call the truth? No, it isn't. The truth isn't always going to be peaches and cream. The truth is the truth. However, the truth does empower you. Now, as you know, I've told you I am a Q decoder, and you are Q as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I followed,
all
the drops and that kind of stuff. And I think I kind of, I kind of quit doing that in 2020 after that election. And, but yeah, I'm well aware of Q.
So what they've done is they've hooked all these people, and I'm talking about millions and millions of people. It's pretty big worldwide, right?
Oh, yes.
They've made millions and millions of dollars, or as I said, over $1 billion. And these people, you know how con artists work. So they got exit strategies at one point. when things are going to go to a point where they're going to be obviously trying to think of excuses and when they've got no more garbage to feed. And these poor people are going to be left high and dry. Now, wouldn't it be in their best interest to follow this platform and follow us and know the real truth of what's going on with your father? You know what I mean? To know what's really going on.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's what I want to do. When people find out the truth, you know, especially if it's something that they are deeply entrenched in, it's stunning. Okay. And you have to give them an opportunity to absorb that and regroup. But I want them to have an outlet, a place to go where they can learn the truth. Because like I said earlier, if all of this time, energy, and money had been spent on learning this and doing what we can to make it happen. You know, on the other show, on Michelle's show the other day, she asked me, well, what do you want people to do? And I said, it's very easy. You read the book. If you decide this is something you want, then you start contacting your representatives. We have issues now that are non-issues, if you know what I mean. Are we still talking about bathrooms? I don't know. But why are issues issues? Because people make them an issue. So what do? You go onto your representative sites and you start emailing them and writing them a letter, not just once, not just twice, but regularly, every week. People do that in unison, in mass. They have to address it. It becomes an issue, right? But you can't get there if you don't know what you're asking for. And so that's where we come in, to give them some more than pie in the sky and as you call hopium. We give them something concrete to be asking for.
Exactly. Now, we just got to remember, guys, what we do is we bring out the real truth. And we're not going to sit there and enable these others, and neither should these people that enable them. Now, as far as I'm concerned, you're seeing the real truth right here. This is the real truth.
Mm-hmm.
National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. Did I say correctly?
You did. You did.
Not the embellishments that they put out there. And they continue. That's what I'm saying. Those that continue after watching this show, and there's going to be more of them because, as I said, Denise can become a regular, and we're actually going to re-educate people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so welcome on board. Now you're going to have your own show here, Nesara Show. We'll call it that.
Sounds
so
good. I'm excited.
I'll do a nice little intro. It'll be great, and we're going to get people to get your book, and people are going to have their book, and we're going to read through your book together. We're going to go through different parts. We're going to break it down. We're going to explain it all, and we're going to give validity and vindication to Harvey that he deserves. You know what I mean? Now, I'm sure he's looking at us and smiling. I'm sure he is. That would be your dad, wouldn't he? He'd be sitting there and saying, thank God someone's
through everything.
doing
The one thing I can say about my dad, and people used to say this about him, it didn't matter how bad things were or what was going on, he always had a smile on his face, and that's just who he was.
And at some point we can speak to your mum as well and get her take. It'll be lovely because since she spent time with your father.
She said she would definitely. Now you got to watch out. I get my my optimism and my I guess being a little bit of an invert from my dad. I get my I don't want to say it, but hard ass from my mom, and she's a firecracker, and she'll tell you what she thinks. She won't.
Now, these people say all these mean things about me because they don't want the truth getting out there, Denise. And, I don't, people think that I'm someone that is trying to ruin the party. No, I'm trying to pull the black curtain from, and show what's been going behind the scenes and expose the garbage, right? Like we've been trying to do. Now, people can attack the messenger, which they always do. You know that. They always go after the messenger. They can't go after the message. I've learned to develop a thick skin just like you. You know what I mean? Realistically speaking, they can say whatever they want.
Right.
Because you know what? They want to continue believing their fairy tales. Well, know this. One day, the fairy tales are going to end. And then you're going to come crushing down and you're going to think, well, I should have listened to D. That's what you're going to be thinking to yourself, NFCB. D and FCB has a nice ring, doesn't it?
Yeah, it
I
does.
love it. D and FCB, welcome.
Yeah, there we go.
You know, and that's the thing. I mean, there's going to be a time where there's going to be a hard realization, and they're going to realize that they were backing the wrong horse. So, you know that saying when they say you backed the wrong horse? That's what they're going to be realizing. Now, I want to continue on with this part because I'm going to show you that how con artists work. And you know they use sealed documents, gag orders, NDAs to basically, and then, why did she say Nesara announce it now and it won't be announced until it is announced so the grift can continue on? So you got NDAs, you got sealed documents, you got gag orders. So basically that allows the con artists to continue grifting. You know what I mean? So you're not going to question, oh, no, they're under gag. Oh, you're going to listen to this. It's ridiculous and it's funny. You know what I mean?
Yeah. How long?
Let's continue on.
Okay.
And replace the income tax with a national.
No, it wasn't I think my computer's had enough of their bullshit.
By Congress in the 1990s. But there's little mention of the National Economic Security and Reformation Act.
Yeah, because it doesn't bloody exist, James. That's why. You're an idiot. Oh, no, I'm screwing around with it now.
Location.
Oh, no. We're not going to listen to that again, James. Sorry. I don't want to hear the garbage. I'm just going to let it play.
A national sales tax. This law was rejected by Congress in the 1990s. But there's little mention of the National Economic Security and Reformation Act.
Hey, are you under any gag order that would prevent you from talking about the National Economic Security and Reformation Act?
NESARA, or the National Economic Security and Reformation Act.
Oh, there you go. That's Nick Alvier, by the way. So, are you under a gag order for the National Economic Security and Reformation Act? You know what I mean? There's the excuse. And then you got Nick Alvier, fast forward to 2024, with this stupid movie called, what's it called? The Real Idiot on Earth? No, the greatest show on earth, that he thinks it's the greatest show because it's a bunch of garbage, especially when you put fictitious stuff like this right here. And he's going on about National Economic Security Reformation Act. Now, how does a good con artist work? They try to make a statement, right? And then what Nick does, listen to this is how he works. He works that some say, so in other words, he detaches himself. He puts the garbage out there and then he uses these lines. Oh, as the story goes, you would hear that garbage, right? As the story, yes, Nick, it is a story. It's a story full of bullshit. And the bullshit you continue, and it's been bouncing off James Rink's change is on the horizon. You're continuing on with that. And realistically speaking, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, you should ask Nick for a refund and James as well, because soon they will have to be issuing refunds, especially with fraud, committing fraud, because they've been enabling fraud. And then also Mr. James Rink on the lovely things that he's been saying about your dad. That's another thing. But do you see how they work? They use these little lines. And that's what the Dove of Dumbness did as well. She was a great con artist. I listened to it. No, she's stupid. Oh, and I'll show why she's stupid. She actually contradicts herself very soon. So she says that she got onto Nesara. At the time, it was 2005 when she did this little video called Nesara Announcement Now, where she had these gullible followers there and she was selling her wares, right? She said to the audience there, you'll hear it, that she got onto Nesara 6 years ago. That brings it to 1999, correct? Mathematics? Then she says again, so straight after that little statement, and she says 4 years ago. It's like, what? Didn't you just say 6? You know what I mean? So in other words, she says one thing, and in a split second, she jumps and says another. Yeah. And it was then, so realistically speaking, it was in 2002. If you want to do them, 4 years ago, 4 years from 6, 2002.
Yeah.
No, 2005. No, 2001, isn't it? 2001.
Well, she did the 5s, 2001.
2001, yeah, that's
would
right.
have been,
Yeah, so she basically, no, she said 6 years. You'll see it in one breath. It's ridiculous. And then Nick's ridiculous as well, because then he talks about the Gesara business. And it's like, okay, it's global. It's not enough that it's, that you created this little fiction of Nesara being national. You had to continue on with the grift being global as well. It's disgusting. It really is.
Mm.
Oh, no, you're not going back there. No. Oops. My
coalitions of support and assistance without.
No, sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get this. It's very sensitive, my computer. It's getting upset with me because I've had to resort it to all this.
It's been working pretty hard.
Yeah, no, it has been working very hard, putting up with Nick's garbage and James.
Was a proposed U.S. law that some say was signed into action by Bill Clinton. Gesara, Global Economic Security and Reformation Act.
Yeah, I think you better get you a refund, Nick.
Gesara is an extension of Nesara on a global scale, proposing similar reforms but affecting international financial systems and economies.
You may or may not know, depending on how hooked in you are to alternative news, that Reagan, during his time, was printing the rainbow treasury currency. I see someone nodding her head.
No, you're nodding your head because you're in the grift. That's why. She's got gullible idiots in the audience, or she's planted them, right? Like she planted everything else. Now, she's going about the rainbow currency about that Reagan apparently created, and there's no record at all out there that Reagan did it.
All right. That would be a collector's item.
Yeah, exactly. Have you seen it? Have you seen the artwork? Have you seen the artwork that's out there? I mean, that was done in 2018, and it was called American Money Reimagined. It was created by an artist in Belarus, right?
Right.
So they based their rainbow currency all on this garbage, but you can see that it goes back to the dove of dumbness again. She's the one that put it out there. And she said that Reagan was the one to do it. And that's where it all comes from. And they're basing all this on her fictitious crap.
Right. Yeah.
And they're putting movies like James Rink's putting books, committing to books. And then he's calling your dad these nasty things. And then you got Mr. Albier doing these movies. No, it's time to bring it all down. Don't you think so, love? What do you think?
I think so. I think it's time.
Yeah, now get ready for this one.
We're here, and like I was telling you earlier, I don't think they expected to see me.
No. They'll be seeing you very frequently. Don't you worry about that. We've become best buddies now.
I reached out to several people, and thinking naively, okay, that this ought to be good because we can work together, and got crickets. And so,
yes, I know. What do you want to hear? Crickets?
I can hear them outside here.
Yeah, there you go. That's what we're hearing right now, because they're thinking of ways right now. That's what they're thinking. Shit, we're screwed. How are we going to get out of this one? Right? That's what they're thinking, because I've shown them that they can be held liable. To James Rink can be held liable for all the slander and stuff. Nick Alvier, enabling fraud from the dove of dumbness, and James Rink as well, and all the rest of them that have been committing fraud, even Rumble, even YouTube, all of these different social media platforms, that they should have thought about their community standards and added that one in there as well. Now, they're going to be don't you worry. This is what I'm saying. Any lawyers out there that want to work pro bono on a historic case, you're most welcome. Please contact us. We would love to hear from you. You know what I mean?
You can always reach me if you go to the website, go down to contact, and I answer my own email. Like I was telling you earlier.
Want to put it out there, love? We'll type it up on the screen so everyone can get it.
Terry, get it. I was talking to you earlier, and you were saying something about being tough-skinned and all of that. I answer my own emails, and I have boundaries. Like you do. I am not looking for a sea of yaysayers. Okay. You got questions, you got concerns, you want to know something. I'm going to get you. I'm going to do everything I can to get you an answer. If you blatantly disrespect me or my family or my father, I hit the delete key. If you threaten me in any way, I will send your email to some people and they will contact you. Okay. I'm not going to play. And people say, oh, they're going to come out, they're going to make up names. So what? Who cares?
You got so much love in the chat, darling. I could see it's all flooding.
I'm so past all of that. It's like, say whatever you want. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, who cares what they think? It's irrelevant. What's relevant is they're about to cop it. Now, a lot of love in the chat, darling. A lot of love. People are supporting you. They want to get your book. Carol's been passing out information and all that. We're all going to go, and we're all going to be very familiar, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be doing book studies.
Yeah.
Right, and we're going to call it the Nesara Show. And it's going to be the real Nesara Show, not the garbage that these clowns have been using out there. No. It's going to be the real. I can't stand Nick Alvier's voice. It sounds like, they're disgusting. Now, the thing is, you're going to hear now the double oneness using that word gag order, and you're going to hear James Rink basically echoing, and it's just, you could see it's just based on lies and deception. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what they do. They use gag orders, NDAs, like Charlo Ward, for example. He's supposed to be, like, did you watch the KRAK3N, the previous one?
Oh, yes, I watched him. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the QFS. Now, he said he was the spokesman. You heard him, went up on stage and he did this whole little hoo-ha, and the people were clapping and dancing and all that sort of stuff.
Said, yeah.
Yeah, and I just proved that it was all fake, right? And he even admitted it himself, basically that he's basing it on some spiritual guide out there. I thought you were the spokesman, and what did you need to get in contact with some spiritual guide so you can work out what's going on with the QFS? I thought you were the spokesman. You're the spokesman of bullshit.
Right.
Now, these people are being manipulated, lied to, deceived. Their choice is now. They've got to make a choice. And the time's running out because, as you know, things are, escalating, things are happening. You can see the world stage there's a lot of things going on.
Changing.
And it's time to get on the right side. Let's just call it what it is, the correct side, right? Mm-hmm. It's about hitting to the truth, going to the truth, standing on the path of what's true. And this is true. What we've been telling you, it's all proven. It's all factual. Yep. What they've been telling you is a bunch of hot air and bullshit. You know what I mean? Just like the dove of dumbness. Here we go. Enjoy this one.
I have been looking into Nesara for almost 6 years. But at 4 years, when I learned about Nesara in June 2000, I was
did you see
a white knight that rushes in and rescues.
Do the math real quick.
No, did you see?
Takeover.
Okay, hold on. Oh, shut up. Hold on. I'm going to bring it back to that part.
How hooked in you are.
Okay. So basically, you heard it in one breath that she incriminated herself, right? So she said 6 years first, and then she said 4.
International financial
Sorry to put you through this again.
You may or may not know, depending on how hooked in you are to alternative news, that
alternative
Reagan,
news, my ass.
during his time, was printing the rainbow treasury currency. I see someone nodding her head. I have been looking into Nesara for almost 6 years.
99.
Right, you heard it.
Okay, yeah. So if she's doing it so 5, that'd be 99. So.
Right, so it'd be 1999. Now, she's going to say 4 years straight after that in one breath.
But at 4 years, when I learned about Nesara in June 2000, I was...
Hold on a minute. Didn't you just... Now, let's do the mathematics, right? That was in 2005, October 2005, that video, right? Let's do maths. 6 years brings us to 1999, correct?
Correct.
Since it's 2005. Now, if it's 2005 and you say 4 years ago, that equals 2001. So she's taken it and shaved off another, she's gone to 2000. Do you see what I mean? So the mathematics is completely and utterly off.
Right.
So she screwed up the first time, the second time, and the third. So are we going to believe an idiot like this?
Let me put a little time stamp on it. Okay, so she did this in October of 2005.
Correct. She did this movie.
Had been passed away. June, July, August, September, October. Yeah, 5 months.
Yeah. So she did this movie, this little thing of hers, October 2005. Now, she went out there and she said 6 years. That's 1999. Correct? That would bring you to 1999. Then she said 4 years, realistically speaking, if you're in 2005, October, that means you will be falling on 2001. Correct?
Right.
But then she bodges it up and says Nesara in June 2000. What happened to the year? No. You can see already that she's a bullshit artist right there. And she's stupid. That's why I call her the dove of dumbness, because she can't get her mathematics right. You see where I'm going with this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
It's a joke.
Yeah. The inconsistency, the sheer inconsistency of it as it's coming to your mind, that's what you're spitting out there, you know.
Can you see it? I'm going to bring this to the chat just so everyone sees what we're saying. Do you see what we're saying? So if you do the mathematics, guys, you know, we do all these calculations, mathematics, because we decode, right? As a decoder, that's what we do. So simple mathematics. There's nothing, you don't have to be a rocket scientist, right? Apparently, you know, she's come up with all these elaborate schemes. She couldn't come up with proper mathematics, you know? It doesn't make any sense, does it? No. This is what I'm saying. You can't trust a con artist. Because a con artist, remember, they'll all screw up. Yeah, no, they all get it. See in the chat? Yeah, no, thank you. Oh, they got it. Yeah, no, people, let's just see what we got here in the chat. I remember The Greatest Show on Earth, Part 1 and Part 2. They used good music and package. It seemed believable. Yeah, okay, let me tell you something, Randy, with that one. Nick LVE goes and uses 432 hertz because it's all healing frequencies. But what is it trying to do? Heal the bullshit that he's spinning out there? You know what I mean? So it makes the garbage more believable. And then he puts all these little pretty pictures, and then he's high as a kite because, you know, what did you think about that man, the one that's saying about Nesara and all that business from The Greatest Show on Earth, whatever you want to call it? And he went to the people's house in Jan 6, you know which one I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. He went there and he smoked a doobie and he was sitting there and he did all this whole bunch of garbage and he called it a movie that, you know, based on that. Now, what do you think about that? It's pretty disgusting and disgraceful.
It's disgraceful. Yeah, it is. And the people like that just have no conscience. They have no a pride in their country, you know, to do something like that. Yeah, it's disturbing, and I don't.
Yeah, I mean, you can't trust somebody like that. I mean, obviously,
I certainly can't trust somebody.
He's gone on record and saying he's on coke and all this sort of stuff. I mean, no, it's not a very good person to trust and base your facts. And especially, he's got a team of, he said 30, 60, whatever, that's 600 or 300. I can't remember what his numbers were. Regardless, I only have one person, that's me, and I always get everything
Oh, his
factual.
team, he said 60, and then there was another 100 or something.
Yeah. They
so
couldn't get it right.
Yeah.
They couldn't get it right, love. You know what I mean? Just a pure fact that Nesara is Harvey Bernaz. They just couldn't get that one right. They had a whole team. And it makes you think, does that whole team sit around at his place in Hawaii and light up a joint and they're all screwed? You know what I mean? And they're thinking, no, we're going to go with the dove of dumbness rather than go with what's factual. I mean...
Yeah, and it's like this, like I was saying earlier, you know, they have these conventions and parties and sell this merch. What are they accomplishing? Okay.
Yeah.
You know, are they actually nothing? Has anything
in
rich,
all of this
time? In all of this time, and we have how many since she started with this, and it's been passed down and changed and rebranded and all this, been through different presidents, been through different administrations. Nothing. It's not even a discussion. You try to have a discussion with a serious economist, or even find someone like you, but I'm talking about a national journalist or something. They won't touch you, right? Trust me, I've tried. And so nothing is getting done. And people sitting around going, it's coming, it's here, it's any day now. No, not from where I sit. It's not. And look, again, we have to make it an issue, but we've got to have facts to go with.
They've you know, Nesara Gesara is up the top tier, right? So we got a graph. Mm-hmm. You know, and everything bounces off that. They've connected it. Have you seen Nick Alvia's movie where I was showing you that clip where in the previous Kraken where he's talking that the QFS that is linked to Nesara Gesara and this whole
It's all this
XRP
little,
business and
yeah, you had it all connected, and how one leads
yeah,
to another, leads to another, and it's all like you referred to earlier, spider web. Yeah.
exactly. And what it is as I said, so you've got to they specialize in their own little grifty field, right? But you got ones that we got what I call circle jerkers that specialize in every field because they prostitute themselves. That's what I call them, prostitutes, because they're prostituting. They don't care about journalism. President Trump says we need honest journalists. No, don't even bother with him. Okay, like News Trees, and no, forget it. He's a prostitute. He goes around and he gets Dr. Scott Young regularly, and he speaks about Nesara Gesara. Sorry, you know, I thought I taught him better. He was under me first, and he was a nobody. No, you know, because no one knew about him, and it was because of me that he is where he is today. And he used my platform to get his little platform going. But that's okay. The thing is, he's gone, and I was hoping that my teachings of respect and truth would rub off on him, but it didn't. He decided to go down a different path like others, and they go around and they're too busy selling life insurance, health insurance, gold. You've seen it, right? Virtual gold,
Yes.
tonics,
Yep.
pills,
Lot of,
this, that. Yeah, sponsorships. They're just too busy doing that business rather than finding out the real facts. That's what really counts. You want to become a journalist? One thing that I learned is very important that you find the facts, evidence, and receipts. And you dot your I's and you cross your T's. You don't go around, and if you bring somebody on the show, you want to make sure there's somebody a reputation because it affects your reputation like it is right now. Right? Now, they're gone out there and they're trying to think of ways how to get out of this. I know they're thinking of it, but they've been enabling this behavior, these fraudsters. They've been enabling the fraudsters. Now, they can't say that I didn't know what I was doing, right? It's like back in the day of Hitler. Well, we were only doing our job back in Nuremberg, right? About the, you know, the Nazis and all that. No, we were only doing what Hitler was telling us to do. No, sorry. Like a doctor as well. Like, you know, let's go back to the day of the, you know, the COVID, you know, where the doctors didn't bother to find out what was really in those things. In fact, when they opened up the vials, it said left intentionally blank. There was pamphlets and all that. So just right there, they should have questioned it. Now, doctors have a duty of care, don't they? It's called the Hippocratic Oath.
Hippocratic Oath.
Right.
And
now,
do no harm.
being a journalist, you've got a duty of care as well. Let me lay it down for you. What's very important is our information must be factual because people don't realize how important the facts are. People are on the edge. There are a lot of people on the edge psychologically. And whatever they say, basically, it has an effect on them. Like I showed you about that lady, the one, that's real deal stuff, that lost her house because of these fools that were going out there and peddling the fake Nesara Gesara business, all right, and added an extra point, and then added some other little fictitious embellishments in there like I just showed you. And it's real, you know, case scenarios. People have lost their homes. People have lost their livelihoods.
There's real life consequences for what they're doing. You know?
Exactly. And that's the thing. I mean, I think it's about time.
Vulnerable fall prey to that more readily than, you know, people who have discernment.
Yes. But you know what? It's never too late for those that follow these people to stop following them. The more you follow them, the more you enable their behavior and the more you're going to believe the garbage that they're peddling. Therefore, you are going to be held accountable. You're not going to be looked down upon favorably because you are the ones enabling them and keeping them monetized and keeping their little grift afloat. So you're seeing what's real here. We're showing you what's real. We're showing you the facts, evidence, and receipts. What they're basing everything on, and we've been able to prove it, is thin air, is basically all fiction. And because of that fiction, there's been real life consequences. Now, you can't turn around and say FCB's a prick. FCB is somebody that doesn't care. I'm actually the opposite. And, you know, Janice, you've gotten to know me, that I'm somebody that what I say, I mean. Okay? Right. That's who I am. And those that know me know who I am, that I have morals. Now, because I have morals and I don't go with what's popular, because these others, they go with what's popular. Now, what's popular is whatever they want to know. So you think about this. These people out there, unfortunately, they're stupid and they're brainwashed, like Q says, and all that. What they do is they're too gullible to challenge any of them, right? No one challenges them except me, right? They got no balls. The thing is, when someone like me steps up, they send their minions, because they do the dirty work. They don't do the dirty work themselves because they can't, because they'll know that basically I've got all the facts and some receipts, and I'll hammer them into the ground like they've never been hammered before. So they send their gullible minions over thinking that they can try and manipulate, use psychological means, positive, negatives, all that. No, that doesn't work with me. And as you know, there are people that try to gaslight you. You know what I mean? No, you forget about that. Save that garbage for your friends over there. We're not going to be buying into this. We want real truth. And if you want to be here and want to know the real truth, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Right. Exactly.
I don't put anything behind a paywall like they do. You know that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Everybody is welcome. So doesn't matter to me. You know.
Yeah,
and like I said earlier, I don't. They're going to call me out. They're going to attack. They're going to whatever. Bring on.
But don't you worry, love. We've got God's army here, and you got me. And don't you worry. They won't even dare do anything because I've got all the facts and some receipts. I've got all the truth, and they don't want to screw around with me. They need to know that we mean business, and we do mean business. This is going to stop. And as I said, these people that are, because there's a lot of people, think about this, right? So you got people, like I remember that I told you the difference between misinformation, disinformation. Disinformation, the ones that deceivers that have done it directly. So Charlie Ward knew about this being a grift, right? You can call him disinformation. He's the one that created the disinformation. Repolished it. It's a turd, right? So this Nesara Gesara business, the pseudo bullshit, was a turd to begin with. He's just repolished it and he's put the turd out there again on the emotionally compromised. Now, the question is, okay, now that people know the truth, what are you going to do? Are you going to continue to enable these people? Then I'm sorry, don't blame them. You got to take responsibility and ownership. You're the one to blame. Don't sit there where this all falls to bits and then you're going to try come here when no. We're not going to sit there and play spoon feeding. No, we're not going to spoon feed anyone. We are about empowering people with the truth. Okay, that's what we're about. Now, you want to continue on following these cast of characters? That's to your own detriment. I'm sorry, but you know what? I'm well within my rights to say that, right?
Right. Yeah. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to recruit people. This is, your choice. This is what we're offering. This is the information.
Yes.
This is the truth. This is coming directly out of the book. Join us if you want. If you don't, that's what the remote control is for. Change the channel.
Exactly.
I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to tell you. It's not going to stop me from going ahead and doing what I know I need to do. And
the sad reality,
but it's also for the people. I like to say of the country, but it is worldwide, and we need to get this out. And once people have a chance to look at it and see what the merits are, how it's structured, Harvey's got all the equations in here and everything. Go through all of that, and we can say, okay, we like this or we don't. What parts do we like? What parts do we not like? And hopefully make a difference.
And as I said, we're about empowering people, and the only way you're going to be empowered is with the truth, right? Yeah. Truth vibrates at a high frequency. It really does, and it resonates with the soul. Now, as I said to people, they've got to make a choice, and that's their choice. Everyone's got a choice to make. We can't sit there and spoon feed people. We can't sit there and beg people. We're not going to be doing that. We're opening our arms. We're telling you to come. we are welcome. We're not going to put a paywall up for you. You have to pay. No, not the others. The others grift, right?
No,
that's what they do.
I don't merge. I don't do any of that. And don't send me any donations. Don't do that. Okay.
Look, I do it because I'll tell you my reasons. Number one,
you have, but you're this is me. I'm a guest here, and we're going to work together. I'm saying as far as from Nesara Institute and that kind of stuff. I want people to buy the book and read it. That's how I get my support, and that's what enables me, who up until this point have done this completely out of my own pocket, to continue to have the time and be available to come and learn together. That's what I'm saying. We're going to learn together.
Yeah, we definitely. I'm looking forward to learning off you. Oh, don't you worry. I'm like a kid in the Kraken store, as I said. But let's continue on listening to the dove of dumbness, and let's see her just keep pulling all the garbage of what do you call it? Gag order. Yeah. Let's have a bit of a laugh.
It's like, wow, here it is, including the prosperity programs. For a long time, we were told they were linked. And my information came from a Secret Service agent on the President's detail, who I call a white knight. And some people call him the King of Swords. I call him KOS, just use the initials. And I checked with another white knight source through an intermediary who is a well-known business person in London, who also had connections with intelligence people and military. Unfortunately, never made it out. And it's all because of these gag orders and sealed court records. And now, I myself have been incredibly smeared and slandered and libeled because of my support of Nesara and because of leading an international group in support of Nesara. They agreed to the gag orders. They agreed to do things quietly. What we need is to get the Nesara law announced. And what happened was that it went into Congress and it sat there under gag order. Gag orders on all the judges. They did it really well. Now, someone said, well, if there's a gag order, what are you doing? I'm not under the gag order. Only officials are under the gag order. And that's why we can do this. We are not under the gag order. From people who were under gag order and had told us Nesara is going to be announced and here's what's going on. Now, the gag order on Nesara, totally different from what our white knights were telling us. That gag order has been very, very, very good at keeping people from finding out about Nesara. So, yes?
The document that Congress was forced to sign in March of 2000, does anyone have a copy of that?
No, of course not. It's under gag order. No, of course not. It's under gag order. No, of course not. It's under gag order.
That, the other person speaking was under gag order. So.
Well, my question is what kind of a gag order overrides a presidential order?
The U.S. Supreme Court.
You probably never heard of this law due to an extremely strict gag order placed upon politicians, media personnel, and bank officers. Minnesota Senator Paul Wellstone was about to break the gag order, but before he could, his small passenger plane crashed, killing his wife, daughter, and himself. But because he was under a strict non-disclosure order, he was not allowed to tell the media what he discovered. A settlement was agreed to out of court, and the decision was sealed by Janet Reno. This is probably why you haven't heard about this. To maintain secrecy, the case details and the docket number were sealed and revised within the official congressional registry to reflect a commemorative coin, and then again, it was revised even more recently.
Did you get a copy of that commemorative coin by any chance? Did Harvey get a copy of that? Commemorative coin, that bullshit that comes out of their bum?
Commemorative coin, and I was looking at what she was holding up there. Was that one of her publications?
Yes, one of her bullshit publications.
Right. And this gag order has been in effect now for... Yeah, do we go back to 1999, or do we start at 2001, or we started to... When exactly did this gag order go into effect, did they say?
Yeah, no. The only gag order that she's been putting is their foot in their mouth.
20-something years.
It's laughable, isn't it? And look, let me tell you something, right? You know how con artists works, right?
Right.
So they got the little tools, and Charlie Ward uses the little, I've signed an NDA. Right now, get this. Apparently he signed an NDA, and there's a lot of them that have signed NDAs. I've signed an NDA, I can't. Then we got Phil Godlowski being, he thinks he's Edward Snowden. He's gone on record and says that he's number 6 that controls the 5, and including Trump, he controls Trump. Right? So, yeah, that's all laughable. It's become a joke. Right? They really turned this whole thing into a joke and into a sideshow circus. Mm-hmm. Now, They use the NDA excuse, and they got it. I'm sure they got it from the dove of dumbness again, because when you got a gag order, an NDA, and sealed documents, right? It's basically so nobody can say, "Oh, where is this document?" You know?
Yeah, you can't challenge what I'm saying because it's secret. You know.
Exactly, but that's what they do,
Right.
and they all do it. That's the thing. They all do it. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, everyone needs to hold these clowns accountable. You need to tell them, hey, where's your NDA? Yeah, bullshit. Because apparently the NDA has a clause, you know, did you know there's a clause in their NDA, which it all seems to be, shall we say, in each of their NDAs, where if you subscribe to their, you know, their news channel, whatever it is, or the insiders, backdoor club, whatever you want to call it, okay, that apparently there's a clause in the NDA, if you pay the subscription fee, that we're allowed to tell you more. Is that under an NDA? Do you think that sounds right? It doesn't sound right to me. I think it sounds pretty dodgy.
Yeah,
to be quite
pretty
honest.
sketch. Yeah,
apparently if you pay, they give you more information, more bullshit. Okay, no, you can keep your bullshit and your gag orders and shove it up your bums. You know what I mean? We've had enough of your garbage.
Right.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Dumbness, stupid idiot.
This is why there are no public congressional records, and why a search for this law would not yield the correct details until after the reformations are made.
Are we supposed to believe they're garbage? That's why you won't search. You do a search, you can't find it because it's under a sealed order, and then it's under a gag order as well. No, James, we're not buying your garbage. We're not. Are we, D?
No, I'm not.
No, not at all.
I'm not buying that.
No. Are you going to say something when we take you to, say you go to court and you're going to say, I can't say anything because Bill Clinton had a gun to his head? You're going to pull out that little list of the dumb of dumbness in court, James? Is that what you're going to use against us? And say that you can't say a damn thing because you're under gag order as well? Are you going to use that little excuse? Yeah, let's see that one.
And members of Congress will not tell us any of this because they have been ordered by the U.S. Supreme Court justices to deny the existence of Nesara or face charges of treason punishable by death.
Can you believe this shit?
I can't. And like I said earlier, after this period of time, and not to, defame anybody, that's not where I'm coming from, but Washington, keep it a secret. If it so suits their purposes, if it so suits someone's purposes, they're going to let it fly. And you can't tell me after all this time that it's just been,
Sorry, I've got to laugh because
they talk about cocktail parties, what's happening here. It's a secret. You know how they say, we find out the cocktail party.
Look what Soren put. Bring back the ghost of the dove of dumbness. Witness.
Okay, that was a comment. Okay, I didn't see that.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. That's how ridiculous this whole thing is. That James Rink thinks that we're going to believe. No, there are people that believe it, and they take people to court or banks, shall we say, based on James Rink's work and all the dove of dumbness lists, and that comes from James uses in his movie. It's ridiculous. Oh no, under treason or something like that business. If they open their mouth, they're going to be executed. Really, James, where did you come out of this one? Can you think about it? Where did you come up with this bunch of garbage? That's what keeps coming to my mind, and it's always the dove of dumbness that it always goes there.
You would never hear the media networks report about Nesara. To maintain silence, major news networks such as CNN are paid in the tune of $2 billion annually.
What? Where's that?
Okay.
CNN.
Paid by who? Us? The taxpayers?
No, certainly not. Did Harvey give? Are you sure your father didn't have $2 billion stashed under somewhere?
Right.
No. Be quiet at the gag order. Seriously, the mainstream media, the biggest blabbermouths. Okay. No, it's so ridiculous. It's. Do you believe it?
I can't, and then I'm just like said, okay, I'm move past that. We're gonna pull no notice, and we're gonna, this has to stop. This has to stop, and
it's very painful.
It is painful, and that I'm at the point now. I said, look, this is it. I'm not going to tell you. We're not going to put up with it anymore, and we have something to offer. We're not just walking away and leaving a vacuum. We have
Yeah, no, I'm
something
pretty
of-
much done with
of-
James'
of
crap.
substance to offer, and to start a real conversation. There's no secret clubs, and there's no hidden agenda or anything. It's all right out in the open.
Right. I want to bring up the proposal. All right. So everyone can see it.
Okay.
See the real proposal. Now, I think we got the photos of that, haven't we? We've got the photos. We'll go through that first.
Okay.
The clips that you sent me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
We'll go through that, Dee.
Okay.
All right, just so the folks can see it.
Sure.
Let me just sort myself out here. Okay. There we go. So we got this one here. We can explain this.
Yeah, I'll tell you what that is. Now, that was something that was in, all of this stuff came from the trunks. That was when he designed the back of the book. And I actually have it here, but it's this information right here. And
I'll
it's a
bring
piece of construction paper.
Can you
that
show
was
it
real
again?
fancy. Huh?
Bring it up again.
It's the information that's on the back of the book. Now,
Okay.
if you want to see, I don't know if I still had it out here. Here it is. Okay, this is it. Okay. And as you can see, it's construction paper and glue stick, the tools of the time there. And this is his original work.
So Harvey did that.
Harvey did this. When I look at it, I'll probably say, I think my mom probably did it, but we'll go with that.
You know what, love? I mean, we're really putting a human face to, your father. I mean, look, you know what I mean? Like, we're really showing people, because you know what? Other interview, no, they didn't want to do that. We're doing other things, real truths. And we're showing these things so people get it. That your real people that have been really affected.
Yeah. And the real thing.
Exactly. So this is as you said, that document you just showed that your father used the glue stick.
Cover of the book when he designed it. So.
Right. Awesome. Let's go to the next slide. So this one here is obviously the book.
One. Yeah, this is the front one that he designed. That's what I sent you. And again, if you look at the back of it, I mean, that's got his handwriting on it, when they were.
Show me. I'll just bring it up again, love. Go for it.
Yeah, you got that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's this one here, isn't it? This one here.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
So that's the book jacket cover that he did.
Yeah.
Was in the trunk.
Awesome. Right, now let's get on here. Okay, so this is let's talk about what's fiction or fact and fiction. This is a lovely thing that we need to speak about, right?
Yeah.
So
that was just something I kind of ran through.
I think it's very important that we distinguish between what is fact and fiction. I know we've been going through this over and over again, but people really got to get it. So the reality is Harvey F. Bernard's Nesara. The other one is the myth known as pseudo Nesara Gesara, right?
Correct.
So a serious US reform plan, 1980s to 2000s goals replace income taxes with 14%, not 17% that they've added on to that little 20-point thing.
And what they have up there now, which is the Fair Taxation Act. That's I believe it's sitting in committee somewhere.
Yep. National sales tax. So basically, he wanted to replace the income tax with a national sales tax of 14%, and on non-essential goods, right?
Right.
So return to them what we call biometallic, which is gold and silver, not gold, silver, platinum, and gold, copper, and all the rest of it. You know what I mean? That was all from the Dove of Dumbness rainbow currency crap, and that carried on. Then the abolish of the Federal Reserve. That was Harvey's idea.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And it's
Treasury
actually
issued
a
currencies.
transition. You don't, that's what he's got in the book. It's like, this is how we're going to transition from this to this. But yeah, and there would be a new national treasury service.
Well, you know what? We can see this is it's all coming to fruition. So I'm 100% sure. I'm more than 100% sure that they're getting this off Harvey.
Sure.
Right, President Trump, after all, he says, we drained the swamp, draining the swamp. That's Harvey's book, right?
Yeah.
So
and you can see a lot of the similarities, if you look at the things that Trump's doing, and it just warms my heart. But that were in Harvey's book, and he's taken some different roads to get there, but that's what you have to do in
exactly.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much straightforward. Harvey had the best intentions, all right, and going back to biometallic, back system, gold and silver certificates. There we go, allowed. Now the myths. Yes, we know what the myths are.
Yeah, we've covered
you listed
those
that there right there
in depth. Yeah, and the sweeping promises of mass debt forgiveness. Now we talked about that earlier when I explained the compound interest, and we can get into the really details when we start, digging into the book.
Yes.
Let's see. Prosperity funds, secret military plans. My father didn't have anything about secret military plans. It doesn't have anything to do with monetary reform. So that's
no, I didn't
completely
say that.
off the charts. The QFS, we know that wasn't even a thought back then.
No.
So
no. See, this is what I'm saying. It's all a bunch of fiction, right? Now, let's go to the timeline because we need to straighten this one out real quick. 1980s, 1990s, Harvey Epinard drafts the National Economic Stabilization Recovery Act. Now, that's very important. I want everyone to get it in the chat, right? We're going through a re-education process now on the real Nesara.
Right.
Okay, not the fictitious pseudo Nesara and Gesara business that they put out there. Now, that's the acronym. Now, what she did was she took that acronym and changed it into that abomination that these others like Nick Alvier and James Rink and all the rest of them push out there, right?
Right. So you changed it to security and reformation.
Yeah, I hate saying it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's like,
but you know what? You're right.
We're not going to say their names. So okay. Yeah.
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 You're right. It has to be said, right?
Reinforcement.
Yep. So in 1996, Bernard self-publishes Draining the Swamp on his own dime. Correct?
Oh, yeah.
Right. And it's basically, you think about this, right? Think about this for a moment. Because I saw he even put out an ad, which will go and show everybody.
Mm-hmm.
He spent money, ladies and gentlemen, to try and help. Think about this. Why would your father be driven to do something like this? It wasn't for the money, I can tell you now. No. Your father had honorable intentions to help.
Right.
To make a change.
And it wasn't for the notoriety. Okay. My father was very quiet. He was an introvert. He did not do the social gathering thing. That he was always happy and he always has a great attitude, but it wasn't for the notoriety. He loved this country and he could see the problems. And to him, it was, I can solve this problem.
Yes. He was a problem solver. That was what he used to do. That was his job.
That's how his mind worked. That's what he was trained to do. He got a PhD in it. And that's just what he did. So
that's awesome. Now, 2000 and 2001, this is where it all turned to, I like to call it affectionately liquid shit, right? Dove of oneness, or we call her the dove of dumbness because you can't get her mathematics right. Sinead Goodwin begins spreading the conspiracy claims online. So Nesara secretly passed, because they put a gun to Bill Clinton's head and there's no record of that. There's no record of anything because everyone's under gag order, sealed. And they apparently got it all. They know it all. And they can't prove it, a damn thing, because it's basically all fiction, right?
Yeah, well, as I've heard the story, and you,
that's what it is.
You're the digger, so you may be able to correct me here.
Mm-hmm.
George Bush Sr. had then President Bill Clinton. He forced him to sign it, but then George Bush Sr.'s son got elected and didn't enact it. What kind of sense does that make?
Yeah. Did you hear the other part? That apparently the Bushes were offered trillions of dollars. No, this is the ridiculous that James Rinks put out. Remember I showed you?
Yeah.
Well, they offered trillions of dollars or so you had two options. One, trillions of dollars
Mhm.
to announce Nesara. That was the claim of what Rink said.
Yeah.
I'm just going by what James Rink's movie saying, all that fictitious crap. Now, you know, we all know that it comes from the dove of dumbness again.
Mhm.
But then on the other hand, you got make people's life miserable. Take a pick. Trillions of dollars or make people's life miserable. No, we don't want the trillions of dollars. We're not going to announce Nesara. We're going to make people's life miserable. Do you see the ridiculousness of it all?
Like I said, it just doesn't make any sense.
That's right. It doesn't, because it doesn't make any sense. That's the point of it.
Yeah.
And you know what? I don't get how people can still watch these idiots out there spreading the lies. I don't get it. They must be so far gone, brainwashed to believe, after all the facts, evidence, and receipts that we're showing on the show, and we've got plenty of, don't you worry, it's all coming. We're going to go do book studies. Everyone's going to know what Nesara really means. That's the point of it.
Yeah.
Now, so in 2005, your father passes away.
Mhm.
There was no, I just want to iron it out because you know how
Sure.
people always try to put
Right.
some sort of spin on
He
things.
printed his hard copies, his last hard copies in probably late 2004,
Mm-hmm.
something like that. And he passed away in May of 2005.
Mm.
And he had been, whenever he could, prior to that, walking the halls of Congress. And like I showed on the video there, this bill, he had like
Yeah,
thousands of these printed, right? So this is what he was walking around passing out. And
that's
talking
real.
to
That's
people about.
tangible.
Oh yeah, this
Right.
is the real. This is the real.
Now, you realize we're going to cop a lot of crap from all this, right? We just,
Mhm.
we're going to be called, I'll probably be a CIA agent by the end of this crap.
Well, let's
You're going
see
to
what
be
they make
working
me
for
out to be.
MI6.
Okay, it ought to be
I
fun.
know you can go, I'll go MI6, you go CIA, since I've got a British accent. All right, as they say, idiots.
Yeah.
No. They're going to come up with some fictitious, crap just to discredit everything that we're saying. We've got all the facts, evidence, and receipts. And I know they wouldn't want to do this in a court of law. No, they wouldn't want to do that because they wouldn't even last it. They wouldn't last a day. They'd just be destroyed. 2005, let's go back to this.
Okay. Where'd we leave
Your dad
off?
passes away. His draft the bill has been
Right.
submitted to the Presidential Tax Reform Panel,
Yes.
but never was introduced. Let's get this right.
It was
into
never
Congress.
introduced into Congress as
Okay.
a bill for their consideration. Now,
Mhm.
this information here had been submitted to the Presidential Tax Reform Panel. That is what I researched when I said I want to research a timeline of these items. I do not recall that being submitted to the Presidential Tax Reform Panel.
Mhm.
So, I'm not going to sit here and say, yes, I know that happened for a fact because I don't. But according to records that, you can find on the internet, that is what happened. Now, I would like to find out confirmation of that, and if I can, I will. When did that happen? His partner that helped him is still living. So he may have some information for us.
Now, I want to answer a question in the chat. And look, I get it. No disrespect to all. And we appreciate that, San Selena. Thank you.
Mhm.
But why release this information now? Well, if not now, when?
Yeah.
And everything happens in divine timing. Remember, we're doing, God works with truth. Right? That's how it is.
Right.
And everything needs to be, we need to go through these processes to get to where we are right now. You need to go through all these experiences. You need to go through the pain, the hardship, the lessons to get to where we are now. Now, what we're doing right now is not coincidental.
No.
God does not do anything by coincidence.
All right. There are no coincidences. But I can
That's
give a
right.
more direct
go for it,
answer
love.
to our question. Okay.
Yes.
Why now? I was asked to do this by people who bought his book online, who knew his work, and said, please get this out so that more people can know the truth. Okay. It has, and that was about 3.5 years ago. And with my own money, just like my father, it has taken me time to get it where we are now. And to your point, if not now, when? And why not? What, it's the truth. And it should be there and it should be available for whoever's interested in looking at it.
That's right. Now, I know there's a lot of questions we can take in the chat, and I know a lot of people. And don't worry, this is an ongoing thing. Eunice is going to have her own show here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. We're going to call it the Nesara story, the real Nesara. Actually, we'll call it the real Nesara story.
Okay.
And we're going to get it dedicated to your father, right?
Okay.
Out of respect.
Sounds great. Sounds great.
Now, so apparently, according to James Rink's movie, he claims that your father's proposal was dropped like a cold potato. And the other one, the fictitious embellishments and the creation, the abomination of the dove of oneness made that was the one that made the bill.
Right. So
that they signed into law, quorum, all this kind of crap.
A little sheet here.
Yes.
Okay. So correct on one, don't on another. My father's bill was not introduced into Congress, period. Okay. So that's a fact. We all know that. And if she's claiming that this other act was, well, we don't have a copy of that. We don't know what it is. But if it covers these points, as in the wish list here that she had,
yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
I can call it something nasty, but I won't.
It just National Economic Self-Government Gag Order. There are some things on here, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here. There's some things on here that I don't think that our government would agree to. Okay. Again, we all know the war machine makes money, right? So
Correct.
Why would you cease all aggressive U.S. government military action worldwide?
Yeah, no, apparently George Bush was supposed to announce Nesara and
Right. But,
yeah, that's like cutting off the money supply.
We know how the war machine works. So if this was a bill and that was one of the proponents or the sections of the bill,
yeah, and apparently you saw what James Rink said about the Rothschilds.
I think so. I don't know if I call
okay.
Let
me just retort on that one. Apparently, Saint Germain's involved from the ethereal plane, and Sananda, the master ascended Jesus, and all the cast of characters, right? That obviously they're being added in there. But James says that part of the families or part of the group that wants to save the world, do humanitarian projects and all this sort of stuff, was the Rothschilds. No. The Rothschilds were the ones that basically created the state of Israel, the Zionist state of Israel. I've got nothing against the people. Let me make that very clear. They did it deliberately. We've been through this many times. He also funded both sides of the coin to do with wars. Right? Through their Switzerland, Switzerland, neutral. That's where you would find the puppet master known as the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds have been behind a lot of atrocities. So why would James, in his right frame of mind, number one, go and put him out to be the hero, their family? And number two, and we know that's you go and Q speaks about the Rothschilds, right?
Right.
It's in the Q drops. Not in the favourable light. No, not at all. Then he goes on and he says that the two only that's why I laughed. I just couldn't stop laughing. When James talks about in his movie changes on the horizon, at one point it comes and it says that there was only 2 senators out of the whole Congress there, and one of them happened to be honest Joe Biden. I was rolling around the floor laughing in tears. Like I couldn't help myself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes.
James is running a comedy there. Sorry to be quite honest. It's just, it's disgusting. It really is. It's a B-grade movie to be quite, no. Anyway, let's continue on because, we can speak about James all day. I want to go vomit. 2000. So basically, we've established that it never made Congress. However, they've got it there on record. Everything's on record, right? So they've got a copy. It's there, but it never made the floor, right?
Right. That's what I understand.
Yeah. In 2000, and you say post 2005, yes, this is where it all turned to liquid shit. Conspiracy theories expanded. Promises of debt forgiveness, that's to do with the double oneness again.
Right.
Prosperity packages, I've spoken about that in the Kraken, called the Omega. One of them happened to be called the Omega Trust.
Yes.
Now, the double oneness has been involved in that, and that's the shall we say, the scam of Clyde Hood. Clyde Hood was put in jail for the millions and millions of dollars that obviously he committed fraud, right?
Right.
Now, she was hooked up with that, with the Omega. She even mentions it in her Nesara announcement movie, right? A film. So, realistically speaking, she was, and one of the other prosperity packages was, unfortunately, that was annexed was Nesara, right? And then the hidden Saint Germain trust funds, yes. Honestly, where do they pluck this from? And it's from her again. Everything's from her, or the majority of it is.
The majority, Joseph, but like I said, it just keeps adding to it and rebranding, and as they can lump more into it, or someone new enters the picture and they put their spin on it, and
oh god,
So,
yeah, like Nick over here, just as the story goes, and it's one big fat story that just keeps going. 2010s. Right, so that's what she carked it. And people say, how did she die? I don't care. It's not relevant. It's not important. Gesara Global Nesara. In other words, it's like McDonald's. McDonald's start off in the US. They realized they could make more money, and they went global. That's as simple as that. It's a global grift. Emerges online, reframing the myth as one worldwide. Added claims quantum financial system. Global reset, ties to the new age, new cage, as we say. Extraterrestrial beings, like I mentioned, Sananda and the gang, Anton and Palladians and all this sort of stuff entered the mix.
Yeah.
You saw the channelers in that movie Waiting for Nesara?
In the movie. But, they talked about it. He talked about it in the afterward, So these times.
Have you got a record of that?
Is in the book. Remember we read the afterward.
Oh yeah, I've got it here. Yeah.
They talked about reptilians and all that kind of stuff in John Tiffany's insert in the book, and my light just went out. That must mean it's time to go. Anyway, so they had references to reptilians and blah blah blah, and so it wasn't. Didn't wait till 2010 before that got mixed up with it.
There you go.
Yeah.
That movie, 85 minutes. The footage opens up with the Mind Forum meetings. So they were getting together at KFC. You saw that. Good old Kentucky Fried Chicken. And they're obviously UFO reptilian conspiracies. Dove does not appear in the movie, but her voice reports do. They sit there and they were reading it right throughout. They even showed screenshots of her website in that movie as well.
Right. So,
there's the 9/11 business. Says, it's all there.
Yeah.
Sorry, keep going. Hard on. I can't believe that.
Yeah, we looked at that. So what's next in the timeline? Wait a minute, go back.
Yeah, let's go back to that. 2016, this is where it gets very interesting. And this is the time when Charlie Ward stepped into the equation and the gang, right?
Okay.
This is where they took it. They saw COVID, right? So they saw COVID, perfect opportunity, people emotionally compromised. Let's bring it in, right?
Right.
Nesara Gesara myths merge with QAnon. Now, as you know, being a Q decoder, Q says there's only Q and there's only an on. That QAnon was a badge that they used.
Right.
Okay, and what they do is they merged those things. So that was done by design to annex these followers, that because they realized how big this movement is. It's a worldwide movement. The Q movement, right? It's worldwide. It's huge. So in other words, you want to tap into that market. So they attach that thing, that fictitious pseudo Nesara Gesara, and they attached it to there, and basically that's where they latched on, and other things started to accumulate from different areas. Med beds, you know that one?
Right.
Then you got all these other things. The tarot readers. No, sorry, I'm going to bring them up. I think it's about time. Because you know what? Tarot card readers have been since a very long time. And I'm sorry, but they're con artists as well. They you think about it, what do? They jump aboard the Nesara Gesara gravy train and they start spinning their cons. And they go to all these Nesara Gesara, conventions. They all get together. They all pull together. And they all connect everything up together to the Nesara Gesara.
Yeah. Well, and it gives them more credibility. You know, like I said, you have these things that you can identify, these things that are well known, and then you just start mixing it in the stew.
That's right.
And it gives you some recognition to, you know, and people will say, oh, yeah, okay, I know what that is. And so obviously, if that's true, you know, the argument, if this is true, if A is true and B is true, then, you know, so.
They all bounce off each other because it's a whole network of them. Okay. And you got those that push the quantum financial system, right? So let's talk about that. So let me bring up that little map so we can see, and we'll go through that together since you're here.
Okay.
And
15 minutes.
Everything connects up. Yep. Everything connects up. So it'll make perfect sense. Here it is. Yeah, their little map. Should send it to you, love. Oops.
Oh, yeah. That's what I want you to send me that.
Yep. So have a look at this. At the core, up the top, you got Gesara, which obviously is linked to Nesara as well. Look, see? Then you got all these things. They got the global currency reset. Then off that, you got the QFS. See how it's all connected up to the top layer? Then the RV, the reevaluation to do the dinar, dong, and zims. And people don't realize that this is a con that has been going on for a very long time as well. So this con right here with the notes, with the Iraqi dinar, it's been a con. Dong, zim, all that has been a con. I went through that many times. Now, this is what you had on the timeline, this thing here, love. The back digital assets. You remember that? That was the last thing you had on your...
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And, well, the tokenization of assets, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's right. That is, they go around and they say that it's backed by... So XRP is backed by gold, which is not true because I've checked it all out.
Digital assets backed by gold, silver, or copper.
No, not at all. Neither is XLM backed by silver, XDC. So they've come up, and this is like the rainbow currency again, right? Redone, rebadged. Okay, have they got the rainbow currency somewhere? I'm sure they have. It'll be here somewhere. I'm sure they'll have it. Here we go. I wasn't right. I'm always right, love. It's there.
There it is.
Right. There's right there. You can see the embellishments that it resonates with the double oneness again. So you've got rainbow currencies, which you can see that the double oneness went in on public record, and she said that Reagan tried to introduce it. Then you got all these other things: debt forgiveness, constitutional law, bonds, commodities, gold. Then you got Gesara they got all links there, right? Then you got the executive orders, obviously. Those executive orders has to do with crimes. I wouldn't be putting that up if I was you because you've been committing a lot of crimes out there. They've annexed Q, and the letter Q is connected. Remember when you say Q, when they say QFS, do you see how they can blur the lines very easily?
Yeah, right. They mix it together, and it gives it some credibility. All right,
exactly.
The credibility of one and to the other.
But you can see how it all bounces down, right? So Q phones, that's Phil Godlowski's little creation, and Charlie Ward bounces it around as well. Okay, and it just goes on and on and on. Now, this is all, at the heart of it all, you can see that it rings the double oneness all over it. Would you agree?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I do agree. And again, like I said, throughout the time, it's just been added and embellished on and embellished on until it's where it is. I go back to, where's the beef? Okay. Where's the bill? Where's your proof? Where's your,
Yeah, they've got nothing.
And so, yeah.
Well, you got the proof right here. Look.
I do.
That's the real proposal right there.
Mm-hmm.
From the floppy disks.
Yeah, that's where he started. Look, and then this one I don't think I've ever shown, but this is can you still see this? This was manuscript. Okay.
Let me just bring that up. Do it again. Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, and that was a work in progress. It he says here, draining the swamp, monetary and fiscal policy reform, a work in progress. So, and it's got his name and stuff on it. So,
this is what we're doing right now.
I sent you, and so I think we can go through that as time goes by, and
what we're doing now is a work in progress, love. This is just the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's go back to this real quickly because I know you obviously need to take off.
Yeah.
Troubleshooting takes on a national debt. So this is obviously in a newspaper, correct?
That was in Grand Junction when they lived in Colorado. I'll probably have the date written up there I don't know.
It's up here somewhere. There it is.
Yeah, I hand wrote it. Okay, so that's in 2003. That was
that's the 11th of June 2003, yeah?
Right, before they left Colorado to come back to Louisiana.
And that's your father?
That's
Is that with all copies of the book?
No, that's I think that was the current tax code. If you read the article, he reduces the current tax code to what you see in the book. So they were just making a comparison for photographic impact. That was,
and this is on the 1st of
that was in Baton Rouge.
Right. So you can see that this is all factual, ladies and gentlemen. It's not the fictitious garbage that's out there. Mm-mm. This is all real. So this is all real, so you can see. Mm-hmm. All the documentation that we have is all real.
Yes, it is.
Right, there we go. Another one.
Mm-hmm.
Institute proposes national economic solutions. Mm-hmm. Harvey has been putting himself out there. He did. He put himself out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's his business card he had back then. So,
what I'm trying to do is put reality in play here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because we really need to get a sense of reality. What's real? What's tangible? What is true? And this is all true. What you're seeing right now, this is all true. There's nothing fictitious.
Nothing fictitious.
It's the real deal. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And it's, I don't know, overwhelming. I don't want to say overwhelming. That's not maybe the adjective I'm looking for, but it's just my dad. To me, and for it to be such a thing, I think that's what, when I started getting emails when we put the hardbacks out, I was amazed. That it was a big deal. Like when my friend from the community called me, she said, "Oh my God, I know you. You." And I said, "Yeah." I said, "What's the deal?" She said, "You don't know what's going on out here." And I said, "No, I don't. I'm happily buried on 12 Oaks and taking care of my mom and working. And so, no, I don't know." But.
So this is your website.
Yes,
it's called NesaraInstitute.com. So we're going to go through this very.
Okay.
We need to go through this. So basically, let's step through your website.
Okay. There's title, picture of the book, and then there's a little write-up on what the book's about. You can click on any of these links, and it'll take you to the supplier, Amazon or Barnes and Noble. Let's see. Going down.
I'm just going to copy this and put it in the chat.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
No, you're welcome. As I said, it's my honor and it's our honor here to have you. And, as I said, welcome aboard. We're looking forward to working with you.
Yeah.
So there it is right there on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. It's https://NesaraInstitute.com. You can go there. Let me just go and copy that in the chat as well. We'll pop that in there. Now, obviously, we're going to be reading a lot from the book, so it'd be in everyone's best interest to get a copy. We're going to be using this on the Real Nesara show with Dee, and we're going to learn, because I think it's very important that people know what this is all about, Dee. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's what I've said. I want people to know it's available in the Kindle if that works better for people. And I've had some people call me and they're on a fixed income and they had a little difficulty, buying the book. And so if that's the situation you're in, team up with somebody, and the more the merrier, to learn together. So, okay. So that's the interview I was telling you about that was on tape. I encourage y'all to go listen to it. And, it was,
remember I played it on the first Kraken?
You did. You played it on the first one. So for people who didn't get a chance to see that, you can.
So you're on social media, Facebook.
Okay,
X,
I am on Facebook
and Instagram.
Facebook. No, Instagram I don't use. I told you I'm a social media, and I don't like to use this word, but I'm a social media retard. So I am on Facebook. Twitter, of course, no, and I do have an Instagram account, but I don't really post anything there yet. I'm learning.
Yeah.
I'm learning a lot of things. I'm not an economist, but I'm learning. So
I just want to obviously bring some of your attention. You may get some nasty emails from the trolls.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I set my ground rules in the beginning.
Yeah, no, just send them straight to the shit can.
Yeah,
where they belong. Okay.
Right. Yeah,
we have a no tolerance policy
I
here.
have a no tolerance policy, and
exactly.
I'll delete it and move on. My time and my energy is too valuable to waste with that. So
I agree.
You're not gonna get anywhere. So
you can see there, this is about Harvey Bernard. Okay. And please take the time, ladies and gentlemen, go visit the website and read everything. Very important. Now, the blog section, obviously, there's, okay, we've got some stuff here.
Yeah, I've just put up I may have sent you a copy of it. It just says, what is Nesara really? And it's just a small little handout. I mean, you can print it out to share with people.
Yes.
But it's just a kind of a synopsis of what the bill is, the exact changes and benefits that it will make. Just kind of a handy little reference.
Awesome.
And I'm going to be doing a lot more of that. As we evolve here and teaching people, I'm going to start putting stuff out on the blog that can, be helpful.
And we'll be putting it out there for you as well.
Right.
So things are, things are going to be looking up for Harvey for once. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because he deserves it.
He deserves it. He does.
He does.
And we deserve the truth, and we deserve to have the opportunity to make an educated change.
Exactly. Now, do you have time to just take a couple of questions in the chat?
Sure. I'll
yeah. So anyone that has any questions for Dee, please put it in the chat and put the put the word letter Q next to it, so we're able to easily find that question. So if you've got a question for Dee, put the letter Q and next to it your question. Please be respectful. Disrespect is not tolerated here in any way, shape, or form. Okay, and we're about bringing the facts, evidence, and receipts and the truth. It's about time, because you know what? These entities, they are feeling very nervous now. I can tell you right now, Dee. They're feeling very nervous because they know what they've been doing has been wrong, but they don't have a conscience. That's the problem. They don't have a conscience.
Yeah.
And they should have had a conscience to begin with in the first place, because part of saying the truth is got to be the truth. You can't sit there and base everything that you created, because they did create it. They created their whole little empire based on fictions, lies, deceptions, grifting. Right. No, the time's finished now. And that's what I'm saying. These entities, it's time for you to pack your bags. Go and live in Antarctica for a week here. Find a hole. Now, there are also groups. This is the problem. This is where the problem lies, is that because of these people or these network, because it's a whole network, they've deceived people. Now, these people have created groups, right? Podcasts, groups, and basically monetized from doing all this kind of work and pushing their. Have you seen the array of, shall we say, merchandise out there about all this? Have you seen it?
I have not seen much of it. No.
I know there's a lot out there, which
I'm
I don't want
aware
to
that it is there, but I haven't like physically seen it. So.
Yeah, no, I don't want to subject you to the garbage. There's a lot out. I mean, especially they got Nesara Gesara. I'm surprised there's no Nesara Gesara condoms, to be quite honest.
Oh my God.
It's ridiculous. They put it on everything. That's how ridiculous things are. So what I'm saying is everyone's got a choice to make now. Oh, here we go. We've got some questions. Thank God. Stella. Here we go. Stella Cameron. Did I pronounce it correctly? There we go. Will the bill ever be resubmitted into Congress now that we have President Trump?
What a great question.
That's another right question.
That is a great question. Here's how that can happen. It's up to us. That's just all that's all that it is. What I was talking about earlier, issues become issues because people make it an issue. Okay, if that makes any sense to you, by putting pressure and what I mean by pressure is communicating with the representatives, communicating with the Senate, emailing them, letting them know repeatedly. You can't sit down and jot down an email and say, "Oh, I've done my part." Okay, you have to stay consistent, and if that is done in unison, mass. As this stuff comes up, what do you think they're talking about in the coffee room? Okay, hey, you're getting these emails, it becomes an issue. What we need to do is, since people are not familiar with the particulars of the bill, then that's what we need to, discuss and talk about. I have reached out to several senators and sent them a copy of the book. Again, I have not heard back, but that does not mean I'm going to stop. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Stella, for that. Now we've got Robin.
Hey, Robin. Yes, I did. I got a very nice thank you letter from President Trump and Melania. It was very gracious of him to acknowledge that I sent him a book. And no promise of anything, and I'm certainly not going to jump out there ahead of him. But
are you sure you didn't sign a gag order?
I didn't. No.
Did you sign an NDA or something? Like they would have come up with their crap up,
Thank you for the lovely book and how much they appreciate it. So again, the book's been out. The information's been out since 1996. So draw your own conclusions on that one.
Oh yes. So yeah, and that, as I said, President Trump uses that word, draining the swamp.
Yeah.
And all these things that are happening right now. You can see that it's all Harvey that's coming through it. Yeah. So I could see it. I could see the writing on the wall, the real writing. Yeah. Now, Randy, there we go. There's another one. Did you ever feel like taking these? Okay, I would say he says drifters. No, let me rephrase it, Randy. It's called grifters.
Grifters. Yeah.
Grifters with a G. So to court, how did you feel about a class action suit?
I'm okay with that. I think that these people need to pay. I had not thought about it, just getting into this before I got with KRAK3N here, and I won't call you that, but it's
the
KRAK3N. I was just struggling to get to be heard. Okay. And so it never occurred to me, that would be a possibility. I don't hope you understand that I'm one person here. It's me and my mom. And so we always thought, we can't go up against this. Who are we? We don't have that kind of backing, capital, whatever you want to call it. And so, yes, I would definitely consider it. And I feel good about it. How's that an answer?
Awesome.
That helps.
Now, look, I think we've pretty much answered this one. I mean, look, President Trump's got it. He's confirmed it with a letter, but Harvey put it back in the day, and it's on record.
Right.
Would you say that?
Okay. Do you know if President Trump is implementing your father's Nesara? I do not know that. Again, like I said, I'm not going to, I don't know what President Trump, do you know? Because
Well, maybe
President Trump
you're
has
not
always told
telling
us,
us because
surprise.
you're
I'm
signing a
talking to you.
gag
That's a
order.
rhetorical question. Does anybody know? But he's so ahead of things. But when you look at some of the things that he's done and what the bill calls for, let's take an example. Social Security taxes, or even better yet, attracting corporations to do business here. Okay, that is a benefit byproduct of Harvey's proposal. Okay, Harvey proposed to do it by eliminating capital gains tax, eliminating taxes on some raw materials for productions, thereby establishing a permanent incentive for companies to do business here. Trump is doing the same thing. He's doing it with tariffs and other means. My only fear in that arena is that, as much as we hate to admit it, as much as I hate to admit it, Trump and even his successors are not going to be around forever. And the pendulum swings. It always does. It will swing the other way. And when it does, the American people are left hanging on at the bottom. So something permanent on the books, law on the books, that makes this the monetary policy of this country is I think is sustainable. I love the things that he's doing so far.
No, he's fantastic, Commander-in-Chief Trump. He knows what he's doing. Don't you worry. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure, don't you worry, they've got people watching this show. And you know what? You got to take a stand, guys. You could sit there and join them and be part of their little network, or you can have a moral compass and do what's right and stand up. It's not about a popularity competition, isn't it, Dee? It's about doing what's right, what's correct. That's what I believe.
I do.
You know what I mean? Now, here we go. What about this one?
Have I contacted any of these people? I reached out to Dr. Scott Young is the only one that I reached out to, and I did so twice. And I was just able to go to his website and send an email. I'd signed up for the newsletter because that's part of sending the email, is you check the box to sign up for the newsletter. But I never heard back from him. So.
No, you won't hear back
anyone
from
else. No, I have not reached out.
The thing is with Dr. Scott Young, you won't hear anything back from him, number one, because, he's too busy counting his cash, right, on the Nesara Gesara. Because Nesara Gesara, he's gone out there and he said it, Nesara Gesara expert, books, this, that, the other. He's doing too much money. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And you know what, Scott? It's about time that you packed up shop. You know what I mean? Number one, cease and desist as from today. We're giving you a notice. Stop continuing with this fraud. You're enabling fraud and you know it. Those that are continuing with this, there'll be names taken, and don't be on the wrong side of this, because we will get lawyers. There will be people that will come to the table. And remember, we've got all the facts, evidence and receipts, and the judge, all they care about is that. They're not going to sit there with their little fictitious list of the Dove of Oneness and all these, oh no, it's on this alternative news website. They're going to be laughing at. Especially when you've got real documents, that's what really counts in court. And they know it. They know what we're saying is true. So I'm telling you right now, those that are using these things, you better cease and desist right now. You've been warned. Stop selling these merch with that little business. Stop enabling this whole thing to continue on, because we're going to continue until everyone falls down. That's how it's going to be. Because we're going to, number one, Q talks about, very importantly, knowledge is power. Well, we've got the knowledge and we've got the power. We're going to use it. And when you enable people with the truth, it's up to everyone to do their due diligence. And as you said before, Dee, we all got to take a stand. We all got to take a stand for what is right. So if you're going to continue to play the fencing game, like, because there are those that jump on this side of the fence and go on the other side, and they're fence sitters. No, we don't want fence sitters. You're not welcome here. We don't want people that are going to basically still be in the delusion of Nesara Gesara, the whole 20 points, 19 points, how many ever points, still believing the claims they're making out there, the circle jerkers going off and saying the same things. The fictitious change is on the horizon movie, the Nick Alvier movies as well. The Greatest Earth movie, whatever the hell it's called, the greatest show on earth. I like to call it the greatest bullshit on earth, because basically everything that he says in that whole thing is all bullshit. And it's time for them to take it all down. And they've been warned. This is a warning. This is a warning that, they've got to do what they've got to do what's right now. And if they don't, they're going to be on, as I said, the wrong side. And when they're on the wrong side, there's consequences. And especially for James Rink. You said to me, poor thing. No, it'll be poor you. Because you are on record, number one, broadcasting that Harvey Bernard is a CIA or was a CIA agent. No, that's all out there. Then you're basically echoing that sort of sentiment from the Dove of Wonders, which is all proven as well. So you're on the wrong side, James. Don't go and do your little convention, because you're going to be met with a lot of angry people. They're demanding a refund, and they should demand a refund from him, from Nick Alvier, and basically from Dr. Scott Young's books as well. They should all, and Rumble and YouTube. You're going to get a cease and desist letter as well. And we're going to talk about damages, because you know what? You've gone out there and have enabled these fraudsters to continue. And how you've enabled them, and I've shown you, it's all there. We can do it. It's within our rights. That you basically, by monetizing these kind of characters that have been doing this fraud, you're enabling them, you're liable. I've shown you that, right?
Yeah, we looked at it in the beginning. So
exactly. So anything you would like to leave with, Dee? Oh, here we go. We've got another one.
I did. I sent Tucker an email. I haven't heard back from him. I sent Tucker an email. I sent Russell Brand an email. I sent a book to Mark
not
Levin.
Russell. Huh? No, not Russell. He's involved in a lot of filth. I've exposed him.
Oh, okay.
With Puff Diddy no.
Who else? Various people in the administration. Tulsi Gabbard and I did hear back from her people. They actually contacted me to get some more information. So I thought that was very encouraging. Did you? Oh, so glad you joined God's Army. Okay, thank you for welcoming me.
So we know now where we can get the book.
Yeah.
Please, we're going to be going through this book.
Rolling. So.
Yeah, no, we've got to start, love, because you know what? This truth needs to come out.
Right.
It's about time. It's well overdue.
Yeah.
It really is.
It is. And
so what we need to
plan.
Yeah, what we need to do is go right through the book and comprehend what Nesara is all about. And we got to basically, you got to empty your cup. That means is get rid of all the garbage that's there. Yeah. And we want to fill it up with the truth. Now, as I said, I promise there's an upside. There is always an upside. It's not all doom and gloom and all that sort of stuff. No. People need to realize that, do you want to believe in fictitious lies? But then there'll be a time where it all comes crashing down. So basically what these people are doing is delaying the inevitable. That's the way I see it, Dee. They're just delaying the inevitable. And these grifters are going to continue on, and I'll tell you why. Because they're going to keep going until they can milk the cow until it's dry. Right? That's how it is.
Yeah. And once you're in that deep, then you can't get out. You said inevitable. It reminded me of something in the book. I'm gonna end with this, and then I gotta run, guys. Okay?
No worries, love.
Okay. This is from one of the last segments in the book. It's called Nesara, a Monetary Rights Movement. And that's what my father, he believed in. Monetary rights was a natural right. But at the end here, he says, the monetary rights movement has no stated goal, only a single objective. Its objective is to pass Nesara or some some form or equivalent legislation. The social benefits to be achieved, nowhere explicitly stated in their entirety, flow directly from that legislation. And I'm going to skip the next part, but it just says, once enough people are demanding their monetary rights, Congress will pass Nesara or an equivalent piece of legislation. Only its timing remains in question, the final outcome being inevitable. That's what you just said.
Well, this is all inevitable. You and I meeting was inevitable. And it's divine timing. Remember, you can't force something in the gates. It's got to happen in its right time.
Right. Everything.
And I truly believe
when
in
everything is right. Everything is prepared and ready and been tested and proven and ready for the challenge, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So obviously everyone in the chat was so happy to see you, and they can't wait to see you again. And we're going to do a little show. I want you to know that you got a place here at the Freedom Channel broadcast. And
thank you so much.
You're going to know, people want to learn. They really want to learn the truth. Good. And this is the platform to do it because, number one, we've got your back, right? I want you to know that. Right. Number two, we're about the truth. We're not about deception and lies. We're about breaking it and bringing it all down. Because you know what? Too many people have been hurt.
That's right.
Too many people.
Right. And
you've seen those real life repercussions as to what happened to that lady in British Columbia, in Canada.
In Canada, yeah. And there's so many other incidents that we're not even aware of. There's all kinds of things that happen, and bringing the truth to light is what we need to do, and that's what we're going to do.
And I want to say thank you to your husband, the unsung hero over there.
Yeah, he's my tech guy. And I was like, he didn't want to come step in front, and I said, "Get over here, I need your help."
He's been your rock, hasn't he? Supported you.
He is incredibly supportive. He's a really smart guy, and I call him my little MacGyver. So he can fix anything, And I'm extremely grateful, and I'm grateful. I found out, when I came out of my depression, that gratitude is the way to be happy, and so I'm just grateful for
well, we are grateful and honored to have you here and part of the team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because as I said, this is an ongoing thing. You can't just do something in one show. You just can't.
You can't.
Right?
No.
It's something that is an ongoing thing. Just because, look, this has been going on for a long time. Mm-hmm. They've well established this whole little pyramid scam of theirs, and they've been going on for way too long. And now it's about time that everything turned in the right direction, in the correct way, in God's road. Now, only that can happen with real education and real knowledge, not the fake knowledge that they've been putting out there that's been based on nothing but lies and deception, and then using these cast of characters that have got millions of followers and all that sort of stuff to spread their lies and deception as well. No, it's got to finish. It really has to.
It does. It has to finish, and that's what I'm hoping we can achieve with having people get in the book with us and learn about stuff. And I'm not an economist. I'm sure there are people in your audience that know way more about economics than I do and economic policy. This is the kind of people we need. This is kind of we need to connect with. We need to work together.
Exactly. We need to network and create our own truth network. So any other people that want to join our team, as far as we band together and create our own movement of truth, we need to work together. We need to get against those like these circle jerkers, because that's what they do. They enable each other, their network, and they enable characters like Dr. Scott Young. Sorry, I'm going to say it. Michelle Moore, that goes out there and she plays this little game of hers that she's playing on the fence line. No, we know what Michelle's all about. I've exposed her many times. And all these other cast of characters, Charlie Ward, Phil Godlowski, Derek Johnson should know better. I told Derek many times, you should know better. You're the laws and orders, man. He's put a book together of laws and orders, right? The executive orders. He's very good at that. But the problem is that he's not very good at working out that he's on the wrong side of history right now. And he shouldn't be enabling those that push this Nesara Gesara business. And then you've got all these other cast of characters that are they supposedly interview all each. Now, think about this. How do you continue on with the grift? Well, you associate yourself with like-minded grifters, right? So they create an echo chamber. So I heard it from him. I heard it from News Trees and Dave. I heard it from all over the place. It must be right. No, it's not right. There's nothing right at all. You've seen the real repercussions. We've shown you real cases. You've seen Dee. Dee's actually shown you what happened, how she's felt, how she's gone into had repercussions with her family, her depression, and everything else in between. You can see these are real life consequences that people have suffered. Now, there has to be a price, and there also has to be an end to all this. And the only way we're going to be able to do this is through us. It starts with us. We must remember that we have the power. President Trump made that very clear. He took the power from DC and he's given it back to the people. Why? So the people can do some grassroots actions. We can't expect President Trump to come in like a white... No,
don't say that. He's one man too, and he needs our help. He can't do everything by himself. And that's, that's what this country's about. We're here to support each other and to help him.
Well, you know what they do, Dee? You think about it. These entities out there, these circle jerkers, network of clowns, they want these people. So, you think about it, you're providing a drug called opium. So you got people that are addicted to this drug, right? And you know what addicts do? They'll fight anything tooth and nail, like these idiots out there, to get more of that, right? Because they don't want to let go of that thing. They'd rather suck on that little pipe of opium. Now, it's going to come to an end. Haven't they ever thought about what, then they're going to start saying, con artists, they'll do exit strategies. They'll try and find a way out. That's how they do things, right? They'll do backflips, belly flops like Michelle Moore. She does it all the time. No. We're about empowerment. We're about truth. And that's what we're doing here. We're putting the truth out there, and we're not putting it behind a paywall because they would make you pay for all this stuff. No.
Yeah.
They do.
No, I'm not doing that.
You know what I mean, love? Neither do I. I've never done it.
No.
Because I'm in a firm belief. I don't know if you know the cue drops. I know I'm off by heart. 12956, 1295, 12956. So 1295, 1296, 1297. It says no. Right? Clearly, right there. But the thing is, they claim to be Q. This is the other thing. They claim to be in the Q movement. Charlie Ward's got the Q. Treason calls himself Channel 17 and all that, and he grifts like you wouldn't believe, selling his wares. That's all he's too busy selling his wares like the rest of them. Rather than what is very important, which is focusing on the content, what's very important. No, they don't focus on saying, oh, no, hold on a minute. Is Dr. Scott Young pushing something that he shouldn't be pushing? That's what Treason should have worked out in the first place, but he didn't. He went on with the grift like the others, and I don't have any sympathy for any one of them. I don't care who they are. Now, as I said, time to make a choice. You make that choice. But one thing you got to know is that what you're doing right now is infringement of copyright, intellectual property, theft, right? There's libel involved, fraud. You're committing fraud and profiteering off this fraud. And the fraud has been proven. That's the thing. It's out there. So why are you going to continue on? So you've got to cease and desist today, ladies and gentlemen. Those that are going out there and created these little groups and their podcasts, it's time to bring it down. Time to bring down those books, Dr. Scott. Get rid of those books and burn them. And while you're at it, tell your mate, James Rink, to go and burn his movies as well. And the other clown, Nick Alvier. He'll probably end up getting the film and smoking it. But you know what? Enough's enough. Enough's enough. It's time, isn't it, Dee?
It's time. And let's get started with some positive stuff. So
exactly. All right, you take care, love. It was a pleasure having you. And welcome to the channel.
I'm just thanks everybody for your wonderful welcome and all the nice things. And I'm really looking forward to being with you guys again.
God bless you, sister.
All right. Bye.
Cheers. Bye. Wasn't that amazing, ladies and gentlemen? I bet you didn't expect that one. No, I don't think anyone expected that little surprise. No, Dee is amazing. She's a lovely lady. And Harvey Bernard, her father, is awesome. Now, it's time for them to pay a severe price. They're not going to sit there and get away with this. That's what I'm saying. We've got all the documents, the facts, evidence, and receipts. Dee's got it all. And they think they're going to take us to court? No, forget about it. They won't even last 1 minute. When you got the facts, evidence, and receipts, that's what the judge wants to see. They know that for a fact. They don't want to sit there and, oh no, by the way, we've got the dove of oneness. No, don't even bother with that. Don't even bother bringing as court evidence the Nesara announcement now from the dove of dumbness. Don't even bother bringing this, waiting for Nesara. Don't even bother bringing all the other fictitious crap with you to court, because you won't even last a second. Because what we're going to be doing is giving all that information, and they're going to be like, right, no, it's a win. That's a finished. You're all screwed. They don't realise it. So this is a cease and desist notice right now. You've been told and you've been warned. This is going to be an ongoing thing. They think we're mucking around. No, think again. That's why we're going to be teaming up with some lawyers pro bono, and we're going to work together to create the world's biggest case. It's going to be amazing, because you know what? We heard what Charlie Ward's, son Glenn said. The only way you're going to take that character down is if we all band together and we all got the facts, evidence, and receipts, and we destroy him and the others, because they're all going to fall down like a bunch of dominoes. Now, please take note, ladies and gentlemen. Start watching the exit strategies that start coming your way very soon. You're going to start seeing them, and they're going to be trying to think of ways to backflip, belly flop. No, they're going to be belly flopping like Michelle Moore straight into the shit, right? I've just shown her that she's the biggest shit talker that you could possibly ever imagine. And no, we've seen that little painted on smile, Michelle. Don't you worry. No, that little painted on smile and your prophecies and all that kind of crap doesn't fly. Sorry. You were on the wrong side, Michelle. You were warned like the others. And no, there's going to be a price. I still didn't get I still am offended from Michelle. Michelle didn't have, she kicked Mike Gill. You heard about that. She kicked out Mike Gill. No, she sent Mike Gill because what happened, she was trying to milk the Gilly Goat right to the very end, right? So she used Gilly Goat to boost her followers, playing the little game of the whistleblower with the Pandora's Papers. Does everyone remember that? Right? That's what she did. And basically, when I came in with the Gill box and all the facts, evidence, and receipts, Crash the Clown, Crash the Matrix, whatever she was called, she came up with an exit strategy after that. Then Nick Alvier tossed off, got rid of Mike Gill because, I destroyed him. Snedeker came behind me, but it was me that started it, right? Because, Dave Snedeker, they basically trashed his name as well. I've seen Nick Alvier and they sitting there calling him all sorts of stuff. No, David, you should really distance yourselves from those kind of characters. We're reputable journalists. Now, you got that going on, and she got rid of Gilly Goat. She gave him the alley-oop out. See you later, Mike Gill. What happened? When you were sitting there, Michelle, preaching the words of Mike Gill on your show. Oh, yeah, Dr. Scott Young, by the way. Yeah, you were doing that as well. You had Dr. Scott Young, the Nesara Gesara specialist, doing all that business. No. I still haven't had my apology from these people. And I was right, ladies and gentlemen. I've always been right. And I absolutely brought out the real truth about the Pandora's bullshit papers that he was spinning and the real ones. I uncovered it all. As an investigative journalist, I break things down. I show everything based on the facts and some receipts. And then they end up trying to find exit strategies. And you will see that very soon. Okay, now that I'm sure Michelle's feeling quite nervous. I saw it the other day when she had Dee on the show, and there were some uncomfortable questions being asked of Michelle. And people have every right to ask Michelle those kind of questions. Since Michelle was playing the game of blowing with the wind, no, the only thing you'll be blowing, love, is out your ass, like the shit that comes out of your mouth. Now, wasn't it great having Dee and straightening out the truth? And this is just the beginning. This is just all the very beginning. for these cast of characters. The pain that is coming their way is just going to be unbelievable. Because you know what? We're going to break this right down. We're going to break down the truth. We're going to decode everything. We're going to explain everything. D is part of the furniture now on the Freedom Channel broadcast. We're going to bring some amazing things to this platform. It's going to be a platform based on real truth. We're going to develop a real truth movement and put the word truth back into the word movement and make it mean something. Because you know what? These characters have basically tarnished this word called truth. And because of that, the mainstream media thinks they're the king of QAnon and all this sort of stuff. And then they paint us with the same brush. We're not all like them. We know that for a fact. And it's about time that they knew that we mean business. That's why these Krakens are very important. People think that I want to go out there and make trouble. No. But you know what? These entities out there, they're not going to go away with pleas. Did President Trump plead the deep state away? Did he say, please, can you go away? Or did he have to do it with, remember what President Trump was called a meanie from the tweets that he used to put out there? Well, you're dealing with entities that are evil because they are evil. I don't care what they are. They're evil. They go out there and they know what they're doing is wrong. And they do it, and their greed for money supersedes everything else. They don't care about family. They don't care about anything else. They don't care about people's well-being. You've seen that there's real life consequences from what these actions are, what they say that comes out of their mouth. Their people follow their every word, especially these false prophets that use the word God, Jesus, this, that, the other, to push their grifts. Okay? And they do it, and the gullible people believe everything that comes out of their mouth. They don't question them. They don't ask them, where did you get this from? Like James Fink's movie, James Fink, Rink. No one bothered to question him where he got all these gag orders. And we know, we went to the Dove of Oneness and I explained it and I showed all the joint connections and everything. But nobody ever makes them accountable. Nobody ever takes a stand. Nobody. Why? Because everyone is basically, there are people that believe they're garbage or they're living in fear. No, I'm putting the fear of God in them today. They think we're mucking around. Forget about it. They don't know who they're mucking around with. As I said, the eviction notice, this whole Kraken thing, has been their eviction notice. Now, I said to James, I've given him plenty of warning. I've been fair to Charlie. I've been fair to everybody, LVE and the gang, and they didn't want to listen. They want to continue grifting. Well, guess what? Then it's up to the people. I've done my bit, ladies and gentlemen. I've done my bit well and truly. I put out the facts and some receipts time and time again. This Kraken has been exposing these grifters, making them feel very uncomfortable, done by design, because they need to know that we mean business. And there is real life consequences. And then not only that there's real life consequences for them, that they've been breaking the law. Libel, James Rink. Get used to that word right there. And then the others, the fraud. Yes, Rumble, you're responsible. YouTube, all these other platforms that have been enabling these idiots by monetizing them, that is enabling their fraud, they can be sued as well. They can be taken and be held accountable. Because you know what? You look at what, D. Her mother has to work to this very day. Harvey Bernard's name has been dragged through the mud. And then as an end result, he's also had you imagine having a poor heart condition like Harvey did. Now you can think about this. Think about this. Along comes the Dove of Oneness, Aka Shanae Goodwin. And you're putting out something for great intentions to help people. Because you care about people, like Harvey did. Then in she comes, and what that man is somebody, like, you know, what Dee explained to me about Harvey is somebody that wouldn't express his emotions. So he would hold it inside. Now, when you hold something inside and you've got anger and you've got pain and your name's been put through the mud, like I've shown you, that has an effect on your health. And that affected Harvey's health. And you know, in the end, it did. Because it happened during the time when he was alive that the Dove of Oneness, aka Sinead Goodwin, called him all these names, dragged his name through the mud, and he didn't have the strength to fight her because he was focusing on his health. No. And then these idiots now, today, who they are, taking advantage of this whole Nesara Gesara, pseudo Nesara Gesara that was created by the Dove of Oneness. I've proven that over and over again. We can go to court today and we will win within a minute. I can tell you right now, they will all be taken to the cleaners. They've been warned. Now, we've got all the facts, evidence and receipts. We've got the documentation. Judge, jury don't care about anything else. They don't sit there why are you going to have them talking about the Anton, the alien and the gang, Saint Germain from the ethereal plane? Oh, that Jesus is riding around in a spaceship? Is that what they're going to be talking about to save their asses? Because I'd like to see that one in court, because I'm sure the judge will be laughing and saying, you know what, give him $1 billion. Give him, you know, yeah, let's just go and rape them all. Because they all deserve it. It's so ridiculous what they've done. And you think about it, Harvey's wife has spoken to Harvey about this. And that's going to be revealed. We're going to know what Harvey's thoughts are. Because it's about time that Harvey's thoughts and words are expressed. And these entities hear it as well, that we are meaning business. And as I said, they better cease and desist us from today. James Rink, you better go and burn those books like you've never burnt them before. And as I said, everyone that's bought his books and his film, go and ask for a refund. You'll find him in Florida. He's doing some sort of dance competition for 4 days. Are you kidding me? Is that all you care about, James? After you've ruined all these lives, and not just then thinking about you ruined Harvey's life. I mean, like, you know, his family's life. So it wasn't enough, James, that you did that. But then you ruined the world's lives. You've gone out there and you promoted that film, because that film, I'll never forget. That film was out since 2012. That film has been bouncing around this whole truth movement like you wouldn't believe. Then that stupid list was also used to back up after all, that poor lady went to court with that list. Are you serious? So now, James, you have to pay the price. You realise that. Number one, for the libel and promoting fraud. And if I was you, Mr. Super Soldier, I'd be destroying that little platform in Rumble right now and everything else in between. But that's okay. As Q says, we've got it all. Just like I'm sure, and this is the thing that people think, no, President Trump doesn't watch this channel. No, think again. I mean, after all, why does President Trump say that? Harvey Bernard in 1996 wrote the book. Did President Trump just come up with that term by himself? Everything has a reason. And those reasons will be revealed at the right time. But you know what? We all need to do our bit. Why? Because we're all responsible. When I mean responsible, as in we're all responsible being truthers. What Q stands for at the very core is the truth, is knowledge. And what we must do is what is true, what resonates to us to be true, and this is what's true. We need to do our bit. All of us need to go out there and hold these entities accountable. We need to stop enabling them. We need to stop following them. And we need to get the word out that we're going to have the real Nesara show here on the Freedom Channel broadcast together with Dee, the daughter of Harvey F. Bernard, the one that is the creator of Nesara, not the fictitious crap that came from the dove of oneness, Aka Shanae Goodwin. Now, this whole movement, as you could see, has consequences. So this Nesara Gesara all connects up to, they've put in the QFS. I've shown you this. That lady, 20-point page document that had all the Shanae Goodwins in fictitious crap. And at the end, they added more. They had 17%. They got rid of the 14% sales tax. Then they added in the QFS QVS now. We've got a quantum voting system. That lady took it to court, and basically she was demolished by the bank, by the courts. No, this is vindication for her as well. It's vindication for those that have lost their livelihood, this show right here. And the new, so shall we say, the real Nesara show, which will be here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. It'll be dedicated to the victims. And we've all been victims as well of the grifting and the lying and the deceiving. We're well within our right. Ladies and gentlemen, what? Are we going, you've been a victim, right? We've been subjected to all this. Now, what does a victim do? If you allow yourself to continue to be victimized, then you're weak. Sometimes you've got to get up, not sometimes, every time. Get up and make a stand. So realistically speaking, we're well within our rights to fight back against all these entities. We're well within our rights. We're not going to sit there and take their crap anymore. We're not going to sit there and listen to their garbage and affect any more lives out there, because they are affecting lives. You've seen real life implications. And they go out there and they say, well, I'm going to hock myself to debt, my credit cards, and they get credit card after credit card. And then they say debt forgiveness is coming. Nesara Gesara is going to save the day. That's the mentality. Then they blame Q because it hasn't happened yet. No, go and blame those that have been saying the rubbish. That's who you need to go and approach. Don't sit there and blame Q. Q happens to be their little scapegoat that they've, obviously people don't bother reading the Q drops. It doesn't say the word Nesara Gesara. It doesn't say the word QFS. It doesn't say reevaluation. It doesn't say any of their garbage at all. Yet what do? They blur the lines, like I told you and I'll show you. They blur the lines, fact and fiction, mix it all up, and then in the end, who's left to pay the price? It's the Q letter that's been copying it over and over and over again. That's the reality. And no, enough's enough. We've had enough of the garbage. It ends today, and that's why this Kraken was very important. That I brought on, and I left this one to last. Now, what we need to do is do our due diligence and to take it to the next level. We need to hold them all accountable. We're not going to accept their garbage anymore. We're not going to accept their lies. Otherwise, we enable them. And therefore, if we enable them, we're at fault. We've got nobody to blame when everything starts crumbling around them. Hopium's going to run out. At one point, that drug is going to run out. And these entities, what they're going to be busy doing is finding exit strategies, because that's what good con artists do. They know that a con has a certain time limit. Once that is expired, they're going to try and do backflips, belly flops, blow with the wind, and they're going to be blowing straight into the shit, because I'll grab their back of their head and throw it straight in there where they deserve. And then they leave their people high and dry because they didn't care about them in the first place. They put this little song and dance, these theatrics, to gain the trust. Remember, what do? They got to build trust. How do they build trust? Fact and fiction. Then remember the Zims. As I said, that RV thing is one fat scam, and I explained it. Now, anyone that wants to continue believing the RV, go right ahead, but you're not going to do it here. I can guarantee you that much. RV, reevaluation scam. Dong, dinar, it's an old scam, ladies and gentlemen. It's nothing new. It's just everything's been rebadged because people have been emotionally compromised. That's all it is. When a con artist sees that people are emotionally compromised, look at the pattern. Dove of Oneness did the grift back in the day of 9/11. People were emotionally compromised. It affected the world. Then, come forward, COVID. Harvey's Nesara was trashed by then. It was trashed, 2020, it was already trashed. Now, it was trashed by James Rink in 2012. It was trashed by others that I mentioned before. Now, these scams, they're just been rebadged, repolished and whatever else. So how it works is like this. You're always waiting for the value to go up. The elusive, I can't say a thing because I've signed an NDA. You've heard that one, ladies and gentlemen. You have heard it in the chat, right? Where you've heard Charlie Ward say that he can't say about anything about the, when things are going up and all that because he's got an NDA. He's always got some, and that's the double oneness again. That's a con artist. That's how they operate. NDAs, gag orders, sealed documents. That way you're not going to ask questions. And you're always waiting. It's going to happen next week. It's going to happen. We've been waiting for a very long time and nothing. And they're always coming up with these excuses. They've got an excuse book that's probably, they say 1,001 excuses. No, I'd say 1,000,001 at this point. Now, they're sitting each and every day coming up with garbage to keep their little grift afloat. And they always got some excuse that it's going to happen next week. Oh no, the Whiteouts contacted me. No, that's not the case. We know that's a bunch of garbage as well. And they told me it's going to happen next week because something happened this week and they couldn't do it so we have to commit for next week. And then next week comes and it's always next week and next week, next week and next week after that. And here we are and we're still 8 years later and it's still next week. Right? Now, the Zim scam is the other thing. So the Zim scam is basically to get your guard down, to get the victim's guard down. That's part of the con. So that's how a con artist works. So the Zims is like, no, that's all for humanitarian work. How do they make their money from this scam? Well, it all comes down to the monetization, subscription and selling their wares. Now, by them making all these fictitious promises, people need to watch them to get the real take. In other words, you're going to know before anybody else, but only if you pay subscription. So they do the lure, the free bait, and then you go, here's the free information, but I don't pay for it. No, you pay for it in a different direction. It's called monetization. Because if you're not paying through subscription, no, you're paying through monetization because the more ignorant fools and, stupid idiots out there that they can con, the more they get monetized, the more people watch them. And then they develop a network so they can give validity to their con. They all connect up and they give validity to each other. That's why it's a pyramid. It's a pyramid scam. It is. And that's why you got the circle jerkers. Do people think that they're there to improve your knowledge? Like, there's clowns out there that, I don't want to keep mentioning the idiot's name out there. But you know what I'm talking about. They go out there and they do these interview after interview. I mean, Rodriguez does it all the time and Charlie Ward and Treason and the gang, they all do this shit. And basically, they do it because they're part of the network. And it's all about keeping you interested with their fun and games, they claim to be decoders, they're not, right? They too busy, like, you'll see they'll jump on and they'll start talking about, let's talk about your health, or they'll talk about selling tonics and No, I was there for the intel. No, you're going to listen to my tonics and you're going to listen to my insurance, life insurance and health insurance because we care about your health. No, we care about our pockets. That's what it is. That's what they care about is their pockets. So they've got to be bound to whatever the sponsors tell them to say as well. And then also they all connect with each other. So if I heard it from Treason, I heard it from Charlie Ward, because, they all sort of, bounce off each other. And no, they do. I've got the facsimile and receipts as always, because they can sit there and play that little game as well. No, I don't do, no, you did. I know there's going to be a lot of belly flopping, a lot of, shall we say, no, I didn't do this, no, but the facsimiles and receipts said that you did it, and you can't dispute the facsimiles and receipts. Because, they can sit there and play this game as much as they want. But when you've got all the facsimiles and receipts that I've shown you in the previous Kraken as well, that they're all pushing the Nesara Gesara business, Charlie Ward, they're all connected. They do these conventions, they make a shitload of money. Do you think for a moment that Derek Johnson and all these others just go there just for the goodness of their hearts to go and play? Oh, no, I wouldn't even want to hear that crap anyway. But do you think that Derek Johnson goes there for no money? Are you kidding me right now? He's just going there for what? To sell his book? No, they're all getting paid in one way, shape or form. And that's why, Derek has lost his moral compass. I think you lost it under the table, Derek. You better go and find it because you lost it. Now, he's sort of about laws and orders. You know that. He's very meticulous, very spot on. He's got books out there, Midnight Circle Jerk and all the rest of it. Now, the problem is this. You're relying to trust on Derek Johnson's laws and orders, right? It's going to be factual. So he's created already a base that you can trust him, based just on the laws and orders. However, have a look at who he associates with. He associates himself with Charlie Ward and all the rest of the gang, Dr. Scott Young, who pushes out the Nesara Gesara business, and then they use Derek as a way of bringing him and sucking him into the laws and orders and using him. No, but he's getting what he wants. He's getting access to more followers, and those followers are translating into monetization. And that's the reality of it. Now, if Derek is so meticulous when it comes to laws and orders, well, he should realize that what he's promoting is fraud. That's what it is. He's enabling fraudsters. And he should realize that he's on the wrong side of the fence. Okay? Now, part of your work as somebody that looks into laws and orders should also be looking into what is really Nesara about. Not the fictitious claims of the Dove of Oneness and all these others. No, Derek, you can't use that as an excuse. No, I'm sorry. And neither can you, Mr. Alvier, with your movies. You're gone out there and you put yourself on a pedestal to be someone of reputability. Someone that basically, shall we say, cares about the people. No, you only care about yourself and your pocket. That's the reality of it. Now, he's gone out there and he puts everything behind a paywall and he thinks it's valuable because it's behind a paywall. No, sorry. Just because I don't put anything behind a paywall, but my shit's a lot more valuable than yours, hands down. And anyone out there. That's the reality. Just because they give you the illusion that they put it behind a paywall because somebody pays for it, oh no, that must be valuable information. Really? You can put a piece of shit lying crap behind a paywall like the stuff that, they all do. And because you're paying for it, does it give it value? Does that make any sense to you? No, it doesn't make any sense to me at all. So this is what I'm saying. You got Mr. Nick Alvier from the Good Lions. Because he puts things behind a paywall, his stupid followers think that it's valuable, that it's factual. No, I've proven that whatever Nick's been saying about this whole Nesara Gesara fiction is nothing short than it comes from the Dove of Dumbness and from James Rink's film. So based on that alone, that 8 minutes just of that little segment over there, and all the other garbage that he puts out there, shouldn't people sort of asking for a refund? I think so. Because that's considered to be fraud. You're misleading people, and you can't use statements, Nick, such as just to save yourself. As the story goes, all the other stuff, these little lines that you use to try and get yourself out of the shit. No, Nick. It doesn't work that way, right? You're using these little statements to try and make a statement and then distance yourself from it. Now, as the story goes, Nesara Gesara. No, as the story goes, Nick, you're full of shit to begin with, right? As they say, that's the other part. He talks about Nesara, as they say. Really, as you say, Nick, because you're the one that's put it in your movie. So why don't you grow some balls and take some responsibility for the garbage that you're putting out there like James Rink? You destroyed lives. You don't realize how many lives you destroyed, and neither does James Rink and all the rest of the gang out there, all that whole network of circle jerkers and the pyramid of them, Charlie Ward at the top and all, Phil Godlowski and all them. They don't realize what they've done. They don't realize that they're real lives that they've played with, real emotions. They've mucked around with people's psychological, their being, their psychological being. Because they don't care. This is the thing. People really got to get that they don't give a damn. Just like these RV clowns, they don't give a damn either. As I said, they use the Zims as a way of bringing down your guard. Oh, no, Charlie's telling us about humanitarian work. He must be a good man. Really? That's part of the con. It's so the guard drops down and then the con can come into the kill. He's already done it. He's already programmed people. Think about it. People want a better life, so they play on that. And they want to say, no, we want to help you get rich. Really now, no, they want to help themselves get rich. That's what they want to do. So what do? They create these, they polish this scam with their RV reevaluation. They keep coming up with excuses. It's going to happen next week because the whiteouts have said it's going to happen. Then that's all the free bait information. But if you want to know more, that's the lure. That's it. This is the hook. Apparently, they can only tell you more if you subscribe. Because their NDA, as I said to D before, in their NDA, it must have a clause in there that sort of, it's like a break clause that allows them to, if people pay a subscription fee, then you're allowed to divulge the rest of the information. I mean, does that make any sense? No, it doesn't. Then, if you're not, I didn't pay for the stuff. I'm not paying for the subscription. No, you're paying for it in a different direction, which is you're enabling these characters, and through enabling them and watching them on all these different platforms, you're creating monetization, and it's all in court records. Phil Godlowski makes at least $5 million from Rumble alone a month. This is big dollars. And it's all from the grifting, the lying, the deceiving. They don't care. And don't think for a moment that these tarot card readers are innocent. That's another lie. No. The false prophets. No, all of a sudden, we've got them on board as well. No, they're all part of the grift. And what does Q says? They use Q, right? So they use Q, which they all do. I know. You've seen it. Even the tarot card readers, they use it. And Q clearly says not to charge monthly payments. It's there firmly in 1295, 1296, 1297. But they don't bring it out. They talk about every other thing to support their narrative, but they won't speak about those drops. Because those drops kills their grift, and the insiders contact one kills their grift again. You won't see them speaking about it, right? Yeah, the Queen of Clowns, right? That one there, right? Yeah, that one. The Queen of Raving On. Now, you got, that dickhead Claude John, whatever his name is, and he's got his cast of characters there. The card shufflers. They go around and he's making a shitload of money because he's using him and he's like a pimp. That's what he is. He's like a pimp. And he's got the ladies working for him, and they're all bringing in cash, right? And think about this. You can't see their video. Well, I've seen this. Go on their websites, right? You know which ones. I don't need to explain. Go on their websites, like, you know, the main one, like Tarot by something, that one there, and go to their website, and you will see that in order to see her videos, which, you know, she's spoken about Q, she's spoken about this, the movement, this, that, the other. I mean, that's how they're latched on. Remember, why do they attach onto this movement? Because it's about getting more access to a different market of people, right? And obviously, everyone's guards down. When people emotionally compromised, they're in for the kill, right? And no, they made a shitload of money. They can't say they haven't, right? They should be going to a carnival and reading tarot cards there instead of here. Now, each video that they bring out has a price tag. That's called a paywall, ladies and gentlemen. And we can't say about Mr. T. Why not? Why not? Remember that time, Mr. T? Who are you talking about? The guy with the bloody mohawk? Is that the guy you're talking about, Mr. T? No, she was talking about Trump. But because it was going to demonetize her platform off YouTube, right? And she was using the excuse of, I need to get, my followers, to be able to see the garbage, right? Seriously. No, it was so you wouldn't get demonetized and you wouldn't lose your cash flow. That's what it's all about. I can see past the deception and lies. And you know what? The organized business, that's the other one. And the all circle jerk, you got the other Tom Dickhead number. All them, they're all connected to each other, and they all selling the same shit, organite this and paperweight that and, take this magic pill and tonic. It's all the same shit, and we're not about this. We're about the truth. That's why I said it's time to basically do the real education and to bring on, it's a pleasure to have Dee as part of the Freedom Channel broadcast because she's going to be bringing on the real truth, and she's entitled to. Considering the amount of network that's out there that's been spreading think about it. I want everyone to do a little bit of an exercise. Go to Google and you type in Nesara Gesara, and you'll see, I don't want to even do it because it's like you allow VD to run rampant, right? When you type in that word Nesara Gesara, it just runs rampant like VD all over Google, okay? And Google becomes infected with it. Now, you'll see that there's so many of these caster characters. And then, if you type in Nesara Gesara in Amazon, eBay, and forget it, it is like a shit fest. Literally, everything with Nesara. That's why I said to Dee, they haven't put it on condoms, but I'm sure they'll do that next. No. It's a bunch of crap. It really is. Now, you think about trying to contend. You think about Dee, what that poor woman has. She's gone through depression. Her family, her mother has to continue working. And basically, Harvey was too ill at the time to take on the Dove of Oneness in court or to challenge that. So these other entities are basically carrying on exactly what the Dove of Oneness is doing or was doing in the past. They are grifters, they're deceivers, they're liars, they're everything you can possibly imagine. They're fraudsters. Let's call it what it is. It's fraud. It's complete and utter fraud. And these entities that are going out there and spread this garbage has also enabled others to base their Telegram groups, because there's a lot of Telegram groups, a lot of Facebook groups, a lot of other groups out there that call themselves Nesara Gesara. And they're all saying the same thing. Like one big massive echo chamber that just doesn't end. An endless echo chamber of bullshit. Now, how are you supposed to compete against that when you're only one person like Dee that's trying to compete against all this? Think about it. How the hell are you're the one that's trying to bring out the real truth? How are you a woman that, that is obviously, she's the only child of Harvey? How are you going to vindicate your father's name against all that garbage out there. No wonder she went into a depression. No wonder. And you know what? Shame on everybody. I'm going to say, I don't care. Shame on, and I don't care. You can call me whatever the hell you want. Prick, dickhead, whatever you want, go right ahead. I don't care. Right? You know what? Shame on all of you that you continue to watch all these circle jerkers out there and continue to enable that Nesara Gesara scam to continue to this very day, and all the fictitious crap, QFS and everything else. Shame on you all. You've been presented with the real facts, evidence and receipts, and yet you still turn your nose and you basically want to believe the garbage of the Dove of Oneness and all of these others that are pushing that crap. Shame on you. You know what? Go and have a hard look at yourself in the mirror. At least I can hold my head up high and look at myself in the mirror and know I'm doing God's work and God's truth. At least I can do that. Can you? Can you sit there after you've seen all the truth and all the damage that you've done to the people out there, because there's real life consequences, and then also the damage that you've done to Dee and her family, because you're enabling this business to continue? How can you look at yourself in the mirror at the end of the day and say, you know, no, I'm going to still continue watching News Trees and Dave spreading Nesara Gesara, because it's all over his stupid News Trees and website. Oh, yeah, go and look. It's all over his Channel 17. You should drop that number, Dave, and get rid of the whole lot. After all, you've been put on notice as well, right? Cease and desist. Enabling Dr. Scott Young on your show. And not only her, Dr. Scott Young's been enabled on his show, on Michelle Moore and everywhere else. And he's been ceased and desisted as well. You've been served, mister. You know, this is a verbal serving, and you will be getting a formal one very soon as well. Don't you worry about that one. Now, you've seen that these are real life consequences, and the law is the law. They don't respect the law. They think they can get away with it. Well, guess what? When James Rink called me poor me, no, it'll be poor you. It'll be poor you, because you're going to be up for libel, mate. You are going to be up for libel. And then you're going to it'll be poor you in the end, because you're going to be selling everything that you can to be able to pay Dee for all the garbage that you called her father in the end. And not only you, and others as well. Okay? You're going to be paying for the price, a severe price. It'll be poor you, James. Okay? And obviously you blocked me on your channel. You know, he blocked me, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't want me retorting, because you know why? He knows what he's done. It's guilty, guilty, guilty. Guilty all the way, James. Because James is scared, and he should be scared, because he's been grifting and going on with that lie and deception, and he should be held accountable for libel. And he will be. It's coming. They don't realise that one day something's going to happen. It'll just happen. It'll happen where everything just falls into place. But in the meantime, what we're going to be doing is working behind the scenes. And obviously you'll be seeing more of Dee and the amazing Nesara, the real Nesara, on this show called The Real Nesara Show. It's going to be dedicated to Harvey F. Bernard, and it's going to be a show that these entities, they won't be able to dispute, because we're going to have all the hardcore facts and receipts, the truth. And even James will probably have to tune in and learn something, James. Stop your fiction. Stop your little fairy tales of filmmaking, and Mr. Nick Alvier, and come and learn something. And while you're at it, Nick, take your 300 people and bring them here to come and watch what a real truth person brings out. Not the bullshit that you bring out while you're having a joint in Hawaii. Okay? No, not that rubbish. Come here and learn something based on real facts, evidence, and receipts. Come and learn from a real investigative journalist. Come and learn the truth for once in your life. Because you know what? The truth is coming, and it's going to come in spades, and they won't know what's hitting them. They don't know what's coming their way. And it's about time, ladies and gentlemen, that this fraud, this exposure be shown worldwide. This show should go viral. And Rumble, I've got a message for you. You've been putting the brakes on me. You've been doing it deliberately, and I know you can do it through social bots. You can influence things and you can do things. That's all factual. That can all be proven. Don't play this game anymore, because you know what? You are being put on notice as well. And I've shown you that you have been enabling fraudsters by monetizing something that is based on fraud. You have been enabling fraudsters to continue on committing fraud. Therefore, you can be held accountable. That's the law. And so can YouTube. So don't think that you can get away with this, because you know what? Dee and her family deserve all the money that they can get from all of you that have done what you've done. Because you know what? Her mother has had to work to this very day. And the suffering that that family has had to go through because of all of you, even you, Rumble, even you, YouTube, all of you are going to be held accountable. And it can happen. You know, that's well within our rights. And we've got the documents to be able to prove everything. There's a certain criteria that has to be met, and we meet that criteria. I can tell you right now. I can take this and it'll be done within one day, destroyed. So Rumble, number one, if I was you, we've got a message for Rumble. It's time for you to do the right thing. And YouTube. You're going to get a formal letter. You will be receiving one. And I've got the contact, a direct contact and a direct phone number right to the top. Now, you've been enabling these characters which are on your platform. It's time for you to take them down. In other words, you need to take down all those references to Nesara Gesara. You need to take them all down. You need to do your community work. You know what I mean? The ones that in YouTube, that breaches community standards because it's fraud. And Rumble, yes, free speech is required. And you haven't been pushing the right free speech, which is what Harvey F. Bernard's real work is. You've been pushing the other side. No. There has to be accountability now. Mr. Pavlovsky, I'm speaking to you, the owner, and I've got your number and I've got your details, and you'll be served. Now, let me tell you something. You got to do the right thing. You have to bring down all these entities that are on Rumble and have been doing and grifting and making all this money off the back of Nesara. And you know that's a copyright. It's a breach of intellectual property, and it's fraud. These fraudsters have been making a lot of money, and it's time for it all to come down. So you better go and do your bit. You will be receiving a notice very soon. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we're well within our rights. We're well within our rights. We've got all the documentation. We've got all the facts, evidence, and receipts at hand. We're not afraid. No. Because as I said, we can go to any court and bring all those documents, and I'll lose within an hour or so. Because at the end of the day, a judge and jury, all they will care about is, number one, the facts, evidence, and receipts. The implications, the health implications that it's had on Dee and her family. And also at the time, how Harvey was faced with his health issues and he couldn't go against Shanae Goodwin. He wasn't in the right health. He didn't have health. But you know what? These entities have taken all her work and continued on. They know what they were doing. It's a multi-million-dollar business. And you know what? Isn't it about time that, her mother stops working? That Dee gets some sense of pride and honor and, can hold her head up high. She's holding her head up high anyway because she knows what she's, is all true. But you know what? It's about time for Harvey F. Bernard's Vindication. That's why I call this show Vindication. It's time. And it's time for all of them to pack up shop. Because you know what? Fraud doesn't just extend. I mean, it goes to Nesara Gesara, but then it goes to the med beds. Yes. The quantum financial system that cannot be proven. all the other embellishments of the reevaluation, that's fraud. Then you got all these other things. It all connects up. Fraud, as I said, it's criminal. Because what they're doing is they're preying on the weak-minded, the emotionally compromised, to be able to have financial gain. That's what they're doing. That's fraud. And as I said, we all got to do our bit. It starts with us. This is a grassroots movement. We all got to do our bit. If we don't, then we're just basically like them. We just don't care. We care. It's about time that we all cared, because you know what? People have shown this piece of paper to their families. They've seen it. Their families ridiculed them over this piece of paper. The list. People have fought amongst family and friends. Then they split up. Families have split up. Husband and wives have split up. Lost their homes. Put themselves in debt. Real life implications. And some have even taken their lives. That's the reality. Because of this Nesara Gesara business. Because what they did was, as I said, they hocked themselves to debt. Then they've been sweating it out. Can you think about that? Put yourself in their shoes. They hocked themselves to debt. So credit cards, not just one. I'm going to go get heaps. I remember the conversations. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to pay my mortgage. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to, and then I'm going to go and hock myself to debt. That's what they did. Credit card after credit card. They bought cars and that they couldn't afford. Went on holidays that, and then at the end, out of all, they've got a mountain of debt that's waiting for them. No, Nesara Gesara's got this. It says so because it's on the sheet. On the sheet of what? That was all based on this. The dove of oneness. Do you know how many lives that's destroyed? Sure, we want world peace. Sure, we don't want to be debt slaves anymore. But that's all reality. Through Harvey's Nesara. Now, these people have taken that paper into courtrooms, into places where they were ridiculed, laughed at, and lost cases. Banks had a field day. That's the reality. And it all comes from this lady, ladies and gentlemen. Right there. From the Nesara status reports by Dove. Right there, that website right there. That's where they would get that list. And just to see that continue on to this very day, and people don't question a damn thing. It's really a sad state of affairs. And then you got these circle jerkers that are enabling these characters, and they should know better. But no, they choose. It's like this. It's like the jab, right? Doctors should have known better, did their due diligence, like others had, and read what it contains. Remember the left intentionally blank? That was done for a reason. Did you think the deep state would leave that thing in there? No, that would destroy. No. That was done deliberately. Because people don't realize that they're being tested. They don't realize that these, even doctors, they had a choice to do what was right and do their patient no harm, the Hippocratic Oath. That means that they've got to do their due diligence and find out what it contains. No, instead, they put their morals to the side, just like these circle jerkers did. They chose not to do the due diligence, to do their real research, and to allow this poisonous virus known as Nesara Gesara, the fictitious crap, to go run rampant. No, they're accountable. Just like the doctors that went out there and allowed the poison to run rampant. No, they're not as they're as bad as them. That's how bad things are. See, these circle jerkers and all these people playing the game about that they care about people. No, don't believe that garbage. They're great actors. That's what they are, a bunch of great actors. And it's all lights, camera, action. You know what I mean? Don't believe the garbage. And I'm seeing it. It's really bad. Now, getting back to what I'm saying, the doctors had a moral choice to make. And they chose to put their morals to the side and not bother to research what is real, what is fact. They decided to go with the money because I offered a lot of money to basically push that narrative. Now, people had an opportunity to say, hold on a minute, what am I doing here? Am I going to take something that basically is based on thin air? There's no facts, evidence, and receipts. I should go and do my research. No. They trusted the doctor like they trust the circle jerkers. And why do they trust the circle jerkers, ladies and gentlemen? Why do they trust, News Trees and Dave and the gang over there, the rest of them? Because they all connect with each other. Dr. Scott Young is connected with Treason. And they all connect with each other. I mean, Derek Johnson and Charlie Ward and Phil Godlowski, they all regurgitate each other's bullshit, and therefore they say it must be true. It's like this, the doctor, because he's got the certificates on the wall, they trust him. So they sign a waiver form. Well, these people that listen to their garbage have signed a waiver form from their brain cells, so they don't think about it. Now, the doctor that's making money isn't going to tell you don't take it. Just like them. They're not going to tell you that Nesara Gesara is false because it ruins their little cash flow. And obviously they'll be kicked out of their network because it's about being part of that grifting network that they all involved in. That's the reality of it. Now, they're as bad as those doctors, ladies and gentlemen. They are so bad because they're continuing spreading the lies and the deception. That's what they're doing. And they're guilty as charged. I don't care. They're all guilty and they all should be paying a price. And as I said to Dee, I said, look, Dee, all I want is the truth to get out. That's all I care about. Your family should be the ones, basically, they deserve to get the benefits from what they've been, going through, as in the grifting, the ridicule, the libel from James Rink, and all these other things. And they should all benefit, that family right there should benefit from their garbage. They should benefit as in see them get real justice, number one. That'll be a great benefit. And it'll be a benefit for all of us. And another thing is, that they should get damages. So obviously, Dee's mum doesn't have to work again and she can not worry about this anymore. But you know what? It's going to be a process. So that's why I say to Dee, I said, Dee, how about you become part of our platform here? And without hesitation, she said yes. Because she wants the truth to get out there. She needs somebody, a warrior like me, to stand by her side, to wield the sword of truth. Because no one else is going to do it. I'm going to do it. And you know what? It's not about a popularity competition. It's about the truth. And you know what? As I said, call me whatever you like. I know what I am. That's all that matters to me. Where my heart is, and my intentions are honorable. And this is the thing, because you're challenging the whatever's popular out there, they don't like it. No. They want you to go away so they can continue on grifting. No. We're just getting started. And I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to be draining the swamp together with D of all the scum buckets, of all the grifters, of all the circle jerking clown jobs, the groups that have benefited off the gravy train known as Nesara Gesara. I'm going to be doing that. I'll be draining this swamp together with D. And Harvey's work will be realised. That I can assure you. So you've got a choice. James Rink, it's time for you to bring down your rumble. Start off right there. Super Soldier. Because number one, you're going to be held accountable for libel. That's all factual. Poor me, it'll be poor you. Number two, while you're doing that, take your books down off Amazon and get rid of your film once and for all. And then put out a formal apology. We want to see a formal apology out to Harvey F. Bernard and his and the family. But then we're going to go for damages as well. Because you know what, Harvey? You got no leg to stand on. Sorry, no, not Harvey. James, you got no leg to stand on. You got nothing to stand on but quicksand. You and your friends, Mr. Nick Alvier, might as well go stand in the quicksand right next to James Rink. Because you're all about to go down for the count. This is serious business. This is all factual. You're on record, James Rink, calling Harvey F. Bernard a CIA agent. And that is deemed detrimental to his character. Detrimental not only to his character, but to the character of his daughter, his family, and then discrediting, think about this, ladies and gentlemen, discrediting the real work, which also translates to dollars. Let me tell you why. You know we're about facsiments and receipts. So, how does that translate to dollars? Well, that would have given Dee the opportunity to sell her books more. Worldwide, it would have been a lot more. The truth would have been out there. She's missed out on a lot of income. A lot of income, a lot of pain, a lot of suffering because of what you said about her father. And because of your little film, James, that is, remember, I'll never forget, even in 2020, that was going around the place. That discredited that family from the very beginning. You destroyed Harvey's work from the very beginning. You destroyed any income, potential income from book sales to anything that they were going to bring out about the truth about Nesara. You destroyed that as well. So there's going to be a harsh price to pay, Mr. Fink. Fink Rink. Mr. James Rink. And then we're going to be talking about Mr. Alvier because he's carried on with the work. No, don't even bother, Nick. Nick Alvier, good line, soy boy, whatever you're called, right? You basically have a team, and it's all on record, of so many people, and none of these rocket scientists were able to work out that they were basically putting out crap, and you went with it. And you're out there, obviously, you're on record saying that you did the movie, you read it, you did this, you did that, blah, blah, putting yourself on the pedestal. And then you can take the fall too, Nick. You can take the fall with Mr. Rink as well, and the others. Because you've all been responsible, and you all will be held accountable. Now, you're being warned. Cease and desist. Take everything down. We're not mucking around anymore. And don't you worry, as I said, this is going to be an ongoing process. So we are going to bring out the truth. And how do you do this? You do this by enabling people with knowledge. Now, what does Q says? Knowledge is power. Well, it's about time that people knew the real Nesara and basically emptied the cup of garbage out of your heads and gotten rid of all that garbage that was put there, that poor woman in British Columbia went to court and lost the case and lost her house over it. Now, I want to ask another question, a logical question. Now, think about this. let's talk about this. So, this is a message to those people that follow all these other circle jerkers and all that. All these that believe in Nesara Gesara and all that. Okay, since you believe in Nesara Gesara, would you have the balls? Stop paying your mortgage then. Stop paying everything. Go and hock yourself to debt. No, if you really believe in the fictitious Nesara Gesara, put your money where your mouth is. Because you know what? You got no balls to do it. The reality is that you're sucking on a hopium pipe, the bullshit that you're feeding. No, let's get real. Put your money where your mouth is. Stop paying your mortgage. Stop paying everything. Stop, go and hock yourself. Since you want to put that to the test, based on the work of the Dove of Dumbness, and then when you're being taken to court, make sure that you don't forget to bring the Dove of Oneness list with you. Right? Now, bring that with you. No. And bring this one, the updated, because after all, we're working in the updated times, that you got from Gesara News. Bring that with you. So stop paying everything. Why don't you do that? This is a message not to the logical-minded people, but the ones that believe in the Nesara Gesara scam and follow these entities. Stop paying your mortgage. Stop doing that. Go and get your credit cards, hike them up to the debt. Since you want to put it to test, let's go and put it to a test. Let's see who's right in the end. It'll be me again. And we don't need to be a rocket scientist to work what's going to happen based on the precedents in the courts in the British Columbia. Go and take this to court and say, I'm not paying my mortgage. I'm not paying my credit cards. I'm not paying a damn thing because I've got the Nesara Gesara list in my hand. And that is going to save the day. No, since you want to go down that path, since you want to have the balls to talk shit about me and talk shit about Dee and talk shit about Harvey F. Bernard, go and put your balls in your mouth right now and let's see what you're going to do. You know what I mean? Let's see if you've got balls enough to go and do this. If you want to basically prove your point, then go and do exactly that. And go to court and go and pull out these 20 points. Oh, we've got the quantum financial system to save the day and the QVS global currency. No, go and bring that out there. And let's see what happens. No, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Well, let's go to the previous court case then for a precedent. Number one, you're going to lose your house and you'll lose everything, even your jocks. Everything you'll lose, right? And you won't own a damn thing. That's what will happen. Right? So if you're going to sit there and play this little game, go and do it. And bring your 20-point document with you. And bring James' movie. Can you imagine this? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to enter into court evidence a 20-point document that comes from Gesara.news, which is they'll be laughing. And then, to further add to the evidence, we're going to add Nick Alvier's segment in that movie, Nesara Gesara, the QFS, and then we're going to add also the Dove of Oneness's movie, Nesara Announcement Now. We're going to add that into evidence. Waiting for Nesara, and then also to top it off, we're going to add in James Rink's movie, Changes on the Horizon. Let's enter all that into evidence, and let's see who's going to be right in the end, right? And let me tell you something. It's not going to be ending up very well in your favor if you do that. So if you're going to sit there and you want to continue enabling these characters, then at least have the balls to go and do that. Go and prove us wrong. Not by saying, have you seen this website? And you go to the website and it's, the tip. It's all a bunch of fictitious bullshit. The moment that you start reading the first paragraph, that's one of the double oneness again. Because I've seen it over and over again. Oh, no, it started in 1892. No, don't even bother with that one. Because the double oneness didn't own a bloody time machine to go back in time. And we know that that's a bunch of garbage. I debunked that whole thing. No, don't even bother there. Okay, as I said, you want to be a man or woman to stand up, go and prove me wrong? Go and do it. Let's see who stands in the end. As I said, you want to go out there and play this little game? Oh, at least have the balls to go and prove me wrong. Go to court and take your little fictitious documents, take your videos, take all the garbage with you, the woo-woo and take your tarot card readers, and you can sit there and explain to the judge why you shouldn't be paying your mortgage, why you shouldn't be paying your credit cards, why you shouldn't be doing this, that, and the other, okay, because of all these things that you got there, and let's see if you save the day, because you won't, right? You won't be able to save the day. You won't even be able to save yourself for 1 minute longer. You'll be basically saying that you'll be going to jail, basically, because the reason why you would be going to jail is you have been enabling fraudsters by continuing on listening to their garbage, but also obstructing justice, real justice, because you're going out there trying to defend the clowns. That's called obstructing justice. So if you think for a moment that you're going to go out there and defend Mr. Nick Alvier and James Rink and Charlie Ward and Phil Godlowski, yeah, because there's a whole Phil cult out there. No, go out there. I mean, I say the Phil cult. You know what? Go and, where's the Q phones? You haven't seen them yet. They don't exist. And if they do, it's probably some bullshit that Mr. Godlowski came up with. Now, Godlowski's on record saying about Nesara is going to come out on this date. No. Go and prove me wrong. Go to court. Put your money where your mouth is and prove me wrong. Go. You saw the outcome. You saw because that's what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. This is the thing. People have got big mouths, right? And that's the problem. They'll sit there yappity yap, yitty yap, right? And they've got nothing to back it up with. But when you've got things to back it up with, like I've shown you the array, and that's just a little bit, we've got a lot more. We could just sit there and it'll be over in 2.5 seconds. That wouldn't even last, not even 1 second. These entities, they want to go and play the game. That's okay. Fuck around and find out what's going to happen. Right? And secondly, your followers, I would suggest and tell your followers, don't even bother coming around to my neck of the woods and causing any issues for my admins or anyone there or God's army, because we're going to annihilate you. And not only that, you won't only be annihilated, you'll be ridiculed like you always have and you always will be. Now, you want to continue believing their garbage? Well, guess what? You're on a sinking ship. And you know what happens with sinking ships? Rats can't jump off. Okay, they're going to go down with the ship. Don't you worry about that one. So I want to say thank you to all of you for tuning into the KRAK3N 6 Part 3. This concludes the Kraken. However, as I promised you, there's an upside. As I promised you, I'm going to show you what Harvey's work, what it all accounts for. We're going to go through the med bets. We're going to go through what is real, what is tangible. There's not all doom and gloom and all that. No. That's what the fear porn people want you to believe. Also, another thing I want to say. There are those going around on my platform trying to say, Discord, you're going to get shit canned. We're not mucking around anymore. You say anything against President Trump, you're out of there. And I've seen it. We're not going to even entertain you. You're going to be kicked out. Finished. Anyone that says anything against anybody, we're not your punching bag. We're not sit there to take your crap. And we're not going to do it any longer. You're just going to be gone. Disintegrated. Out of here. You're not going to be partaking, have the opportunity to partake in the real Nesara show, where together we're going to turn it into an experience where there's going to be a lot of learning, a lot of knowledge, real knowledge shared, and you won't be partaking in the conversation with D. There will be no interaction because you screwed up. You think about that. Anyone that thinks about doing anything that is going to be, I'm just putting it out there, you're going to lose your spot. And you're not going to be coming back. You're not going to have the opportunity to interact with D and ask questions if you're going to do that. So think about that one. Also, go and have a hard look in the mirror. Like I said, go and look in a hard look in the mirror after what you've seen today and the other day and the day before that with Kraken. And have a hard think about who you're supporting. Which side of the fence are you on? Are you on the right side or on the wrong side? Because you know what? You people that are following these entities, you're enabling them. You're allowing these entities to continue on grifting. You're part of the problem, not part of the solution. So I want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you to those that have donated, contributed, bought our lovely merchandise. Thank you. It all goes to supporting this channel. And I'm also in the process of doing this server business because you know what? I'm about giving information, knowledge, power for free. There's no paywalls, there's no nothing. Everyone's entitled to it. All right? That's how it is for us here. But thank you to God's Army. I really appreciate you having my back and having our back. It's very important that we have loyalty. Just like President Trump expects loyalty, so do we. We all deserve respect. We all deserve loyalty to one another. We are past the point where we have cancers run rampant, spreading fear porn, hearsay, disrespect. It's not acceptable. And as I said, as we progress, things are going to get harder. Things are going to get a lot harder. And this is a test for everybody. As we progress, we're separating, shall we say, the weak-minded from the strong-minded, the wheat from the chaff. Those who, for what intentions, they're being separated because it has to happen. This is why I'm saying choose wisely. Stand with your moral compass, and you can never go wrong. Thank you. God bless you all, and we'll see you soon on The Pulse. Cheers, everyone. Thank you, Carol.
Go on, take the money and run. 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 I want to ease the money. Maybe this one time, maybe tonight. You can't hide your lying eyes, and your smile is a thin disguise. I thought by now you'd realize there ain't no way to hide your lying eyes. You've been hit by a smooth criminal. You've been hit by a smooth criminal.
We're going to get into Gesara Nesara, but even Charlie Ward said when
They slide through shadows, whisper thin, with twisted smiles and plastic skin. They reel you in with poison words, promising diamonds, selling dirt. Their eyes are hollow, reflections lost, built on deceit, no matter the cost. They play the fool, they play the friend, but you're just another means to an end. Grifters and con men lurking in the night, masters of darkness hiding in plain sight. They take your soul and leave you bare. Grifters and con men, they don't care. Get up! Get up! Hands reaching cold as steel. Trade your truth for a crooked deal. They'll make you laugh, make you trust, till everything precious turns to rust. They wear your secrets like a crown, smiling wide as they track you down. 1,000 lies, a practiced grin. They steal your heart, then they slip right in. Grifters and con men spinning their lies, a silver tongue, the devil's disguise. They'll leave you empty, no place to stand. Grifters and con men, blood on their hands. They haunt the alleys, the backroom bars, cashing in dreams, leaving scars. No remorse, no second thought, just the thrill of what they've caught. Grifters and con men, lasters of sin, with hollowed hearts and empty grins. They'll strip your soul and leave it bare. Grifters and con men, they don't care. In every city, in every town, they weave their webs, they wear their crowns. Forever shadows on the run, grifters and con men never done.